No. No, even still, I believe it's not very long.
So, good morning. Thank you all for coming after Saturday night. Before we start, I just want to give you two or three information. So, first of all, during the lunch, Gergo Tisa will gather the wishes and needs for a CE wish list. So, have that in mind. Second thing, today at the closing, at the wrap-up session, I'm just gonna ask you to fill in the evaluation form, so we'll have 10 or 15 minutes for that. I will give you the link, of course, so please be there to do that. Evaluation form, yeah. The third thing, so the 10th of October was the day of Bashkortostan. The Guzal Siditkova asked us if we can take a photo with the flag. So we will do that at the break here in front of the atrium. And she wasn't there for the group photo, so it's okay to do this, and we'll be grateful to do that. Thank you.
Well, welcome everyone to this session, and you know, I had some doubts how to design this presentation because this is a very personal thing. But given that the name of the conference is, or the motto is to broaden our capacities, I believe that it's interesting to make a, you know, I'm going to design this session like showing what I've done and trying to get some ideas or how can you adapt this reality into your local situation. La Represa is the name of a radio show that was started like 4 years ago. And as you can see in this subtitle, it was an excuse to have multimedia content in Wikipedia. So let's try to explain this from the very beginning. As you might know, and some of you have asked me in the previous days, I come from a region in Spain called Valencia. And what the heck is doing a guy from Valencia and from the Catalan Wikipedia in Central and Eastern Europe? Well, this is what I'm trying to explain at the very beginning, to give some context about why I'm doing what I am doing. And I will be very glad if you try to think about how my situation is more suitable for you than, or how to adapt it, because you know, this is the Valencian language, and as you might know, looking at this map, the Valencian language is basically that we took the Catalan and changed it the name. Basically, is that what happened during the Reconquista, and we have here the land of Valencia, which is a reality with almost 5 million inhabitants, 5.78 million people. And you know, this is a special region because we have our own language, which is Catalan, but we are peripheral for Spain because we don't speak Spanish. And we are also peripheral in our language community because you know, most of the Catalan speakers come from Catalonia. So this is a project that was created for a language with 10 million speakers, which is not exactly a minority language. You know, the Catalan language has a lot of media, has a strong Wikipedia. Catalan language is not exactly an endangered language, but even still we are minorized. We are a language that, you know, we have some weird situations because most of the speakers of our language is perfectly fluent in Spanish, and that affects also to the number of readers that we have in our Wikipedia. There is a lot of people that, because they understand Spanish, they use the Spanish Wikipedia and they don't use the Wikipedia in their own language, and that affects to readers. And one idea of having multimedia content is to have, you know, exclusive content in your Wikipedia, so it makes it more attractive to readers to see what you have. This Catalan language, I will make a little joke. This is Catalonia. This is Aragon. We have a region here called La Franja, who also speak Catalan. Franja in Catalan means exactly the same as Caragina in Serbo-Croat. This is Valencia, where we call the language Valencian because, you know, we were a different kingdom in the Middle Ages, and despite it's the same language, we have a different name and a different identity. And you might see that we have here some lines. That line is the frontier between the Catalan language inside of Valencia and the Spanish-speaking community in Valencia. And we have also 3 islands and some people here in another region who also speaks Catalan, and some people here in Spain, France that also speaks Catalan. So if you feel identified with the situation of this language, congratulations, you might be not as weird as people say. The Valencian language, as I said, is not exactly an endangered language or a very minority language, but we must also know that it wasn't official in the land of Valencia until 1983, and in Catalonia, which is the strongest point of this language, it wasn't official until 1978 or 9, I don't remember. So that means that not as much in Catalonia, but still in Valencia, there is some people whose first language is the Catalan or Valencian, as we call it, but they might not be comfortable to read the language. And that's another reason, and I believe that there are a lot of languages here that might feel identified with this. Sometimes it's interesting to have multimedia content in your Wikipedia because your speakers might not be able to read your language, which is their own language, and maybe fluent in readership in another language. Also, Catalan language in Valencia didn't have media, let's say a television and a radio, in their own language until 1989. That was 1 year after I was born. The radio and the TV in our language, in our region, is something that is 30 years old. And still in 2013, it was the only television we had was closed because of the crisis. So, well, it's a weird situation. We are not exactly a national language, although by number of speakers we might be comparable to most of the national languages in this region. But we are neither exactly what a minorized language is. But well, we are that, and we go forward. So I will continue with this show and tell session. La Represa, as I said, it was born in 2015. It was a context where we didn't have a public system of radio and television in our language in our region. And it started like an adventure. I had a friend in a town called Godella, and in that town we had a local station. Local station means that you are broadcasting for the neighbors of that very town that might have 20,000 people. That was the way we had to spread content in our language. And he had an idea. Let's make a radio show, a little bit of activism, because we had lost our radio and our TV in our language, and we wanted to make a little bit of activism to keep it alive. So he had an idea to make a radio show, but he didn't have a format. And I had an idea, and my idea was that if there was like a bunch of Catalan speakers in our region that might be uncomfortable when reading our language, but they were native speakers of Catalan, for Wikipedia, for the Catalan Wikipedia, it would be interesting to have multimedia content. So what we did, we designed a radio show with having in mind how could be that implemented into Wikipedia. So what we did, first of all, we had to search for prominent people, notable to Wikipedia. And the format that we chose, it was the interview show. Here, this man is the first guest in the first show in the 4th season. I mean, that interview was aired 3 or 4 days ago, sorry. And he's a member of the European Parliament. It's also interesting because that man was born in Burjasot, which happens to be the neighbor town to Godella. It's like we are looking for local people. Perfect. And how we designed that radio show? The first of all is to look a free song, a free audio material to have like the entry of the show. And what we choose, it was taken from Wikimedia Commons, was a piece of music made by the Army of the United States. As you know, the Army of the United States material is in public domain, so we could take it without giving any credits to anyone, and we could use it without paying any rights, because this radio show is going to be aired in FM. Once we have our free media song, we start the interview, and we use the voice intro project format. As you may know, the voice intro project, it was created by Pigs on the Wing some years ago, and basically is one relevant person saying his name, his date and place of birth, and his occupation by his own voice. That's how we start our shows. Why? Because we can cut that piece and use it in Wikipedia in an easy way. We have, of course, guests, because if you are going to have an interview show without a guest, you are in trouble. And among all the people that we might choose or that might be willing to be interviewed for Wikipedia, because at the end this is like the Wikipedia show, among all the people we choose people who can accomplish with the notability criteria because of obvious reasons. Otherwise it will be self-promotion, and we don't want that. The format of the show is that the host, right now it's me, but we have had several collaborators to keep the project alive. The format is made by questions. I mean, when I'm in air, I do questions. And I do questions like, if this man is a member of the European Parliament, he was elected in 2014, what happened that year, how did you present to that to be a member of the European Parliament, how was the campaign, etc. I don't make opinion. Why I don't make opinion? Because otherwise that will be not neutral point of view. And we try to keep, as much as possible, the neutral point of view. So, short questions to avoid any possible conflict of interest. And by last, we make a photo, we take a picture of the guest in the door of our radio station. Why? Well, this is what happens after we have recorded our radio show and we implement that in Wikipedia. We take a picture of the guest in the front of the door of the studio, so we get a free image of a guest, of our interviewee, of a queue of Wikidata, of somebody who is relevant to have its article in the encyclopedia, but we didn't have any picture. In our template, because as you might know, the info boxes in the Catalan Wikipedia rely a lot in Wikidata. We upload to link to Wikidata the piece of audio with the voice intro project, and we have it in our info boxes. And I also put in a gallery the full interview, which is approximately 1 hour long. I choose these women as an example of how to implement radio shows into the encyclopedia, because she's Lola Escamilla. Lola, she was born in Borboto, which is the city of Valencia, but she has almost always lived in Godella. So she's a local personality. But she's a quite anonymous personality in her town. Her town is Godella, where we record. And that woman, you can see she's not very tall. She looking for the right sponsors and the right people. She was the brain behind of Dorma Godella. Dorna Godella was the first basketball team that won an international competition for a team sports in a women competition. So she's the pioneer of the successes of the women's team sports in Spain. And she is a woman from Godella. Nobody paid many attention to her. But she has a story to share, and we were able to cover that story. Here we explain everything between 1992 and 95. That team, which was trained by Miki Vukovic, he was the manager, was in the finals of the EuroLeague 4 times, and they won 2. And The other example is Luis Carlos Diaz. This is a man from Venezuela. She's usually linked to a community called Internet Freedom Community. They have an Internet Freedom Festival, which is usually hosted in Valencia, and it was excused to interview him. That's one of the few interviews that we've done in Spanish instead of Catalan. And he is interesting to see. Here you can see that we have also used sometimes the program as a reference in an article. He's interesting because, like, at the beginning of the year, he was arrested by the Venezuelan police because they claimed that he was the brain behind the light turnouts in the country. I don't know if the accusations were right or not, probably not. At least when I was with him, we got electricity in the radio. But it's important because, you know, once the police arrest you, you became like news, especially if it's the Venezuelan government who arrests you, because that gets a lot of media coverage. He hadn't had as much media coverage of that date, but you know what? Once he got arrested, he became like the celebrity of the day, and there weren't any free images in the internet, so that meant that a lot of media had to use our image that we have in Commons. So, well, I will try to put a little bit of order to everything that I've said. As I said before, we are using the local radio stations to record this TV show, this radio show, sorry. We are airing it on about 15 local stations, including some university stations in the region. So in FM, we have not so wide coverage. We cover most of the Valencian territory, but we are covering that with local stations. So we use YouTube, you use podcasts, we use Wikimedia Commons, we use a lot of things to spread our word. Of course, everything we do is licensed with a Creative Commons, and of course, it's a Creative Commons free that allows reutilization. Which are the risks, or which are the issues with this kind of initiative? When you have an agreement with a local station, I believe that it's very good for every one of us, because we might not know how to record or how to edit audio, even despite that we might have great ideas to make an interview show. But thanks to the collaboration with the local stations, they can supply us with material and make things easier. The bad side is that if you have an agreement with a station that is airing, you know, every day, they asking as a compensation that if you apply to make a radio show, that you should have some, I mean, if the shows are weekly, you should have a new show every week. And that's like an effort, because you need to look for somebody new each week. The good side of that is that, well, we have been doing this for 3 years. We are starting now the 4th season. And we have, like, I believe that right now are 110 different people that have been interviewed by us. So we are having a good coverage of personalities in our region. The profile of people is very diverse. We have politicians, we have activists of many kinds, also people related to sports. Basically, whichever in our region that we believe it's interesting or it falls into the interest of the people who are doing the show, he's invited and we record him kindly. But, of course, remember that if you are going to interview people, look that they should be notable enough to be admitted in the Wikipedia. And, you know, this is a very weird project, but I have also a recommendation, a tip: be bold. This kind of presentation, I made it like 4 years ago in the Catalan meeting. At the time, we had only 6 interviews, and they like it, and they love it. They love it. You know, when I designed the project, I think that we will be releasing the photo, the voice in the project, and the program. But we don't use our own program as a reference because I believe that that will be like self-promotion. There are some exceptions, but are very punctual exceptions. But they love it, and they've never, you know, they are not against to use this program as a reference if needed. And, you know, if I showed the situation of my language at the very beginning, is because when you are some kind, you know, most of times national minorities or national languages, sub-languages, they are like a country inside of a country. So if we go to the Spanish Imaginarium, maybe the people I'm interviewing are a little bit local. But if we regard this with Valencian eyes, the people that we have are very relevant. I didn't say that, you know, this woman was awarded by the Valencian government with a medal to the sports merit in October 2019, I mean our national day or regional day. It was like 1 week ago, and she was awarded. So we are looking for very local people, but that local people are relevant. Maybe when we interview them, they are a little bit obscure or forgotten because she was prominent like 20 years ago. But they are important, and sometimes after 1 year, 2 years, whatever, after they go to our program, they receive important prizes or important recognition. But what happens when, you know, you are maybe, and that will happen, this is a situation that could happen with languages a little bit weaker than ours. What happens when you are the main source for certain people? What happens when national media doesn't cover your local reality? And well, that's a little bit of food for thought because we are running a little bit out of time. So I can only say thank you very much. And if any one of you has any questions, I will be very glad of answering them. Any questions?
Good morning, thank you. It was quite interesting. I would like to ask, how hard is it to stay in the context of not having opinions? And did you have any incidents where you thought that you know, the person is replying and is not really replying within those? And how did you handle it if there was a case like that?
I believe that, you know, I mean, this is the life of the people who is talking. So if somebody, let's say, it's a liar, I believe that it never happened. But if somebody is a liar, it might happen. For me, it's relevant because, you know, it's like, hey, he's a liar and he's saying his lie. So you know, I don't make any opinion while talking. If I ever had that case, I will probably switch, or maybe I will push a little. But there are cases that we have had, like, for instance, asking for something like, I don't know, a journalist that made a TV show that maybe it wasn't very elegant, the TV show. I push, but very elegantly, like, well, you know, in the 1993, you were in television, a very interesting show. And that it happened that she replied other thing. I respect that. Everyone must talk about what they are comfortable with. And for me, you know, that's information too. If I ask, like, this year TV, that person knows what I'm talking about. And if they answer other thing, that's also information for me. Like, maybe it wasn't the job that they liked it the most. Any other questions?
Thank you for presentation. I wanted to ask, do you publish those interviews anywhere than Commons?
Yes, they are aired in all the radio stations that, you know, in Valencia we have a local network of radio stations, and what they do is to share their programs. So with the time, it has become it became an important radio show in the community because, you know, those are are completely free. You know, we are doing this by free to share. It's like editing in Wikipedia. And to keep the programs alive is hard because you need to be focused and to lose 1 hour each day to create the program. And actually, you know, the effort of preparing, etc., is more time. So we have been for years, and it's an interesting program. So the other stations aid us. Besides of that, we have a podcast. That podcast is also in iTunes, that I recently changed the name. And we also upload it to YouTube. And for this season, we have an agreement with a youth, you know, it's called 3D. It's a very important, but still small because of our realities. The most important website targeted to young people in Catalan language in Valencia. And we are also collaborating with him, like every week when we have a new program, they will show it.
That's cool. I asked that because actually I don't see as a problem to use those interviews as references for articles. I think Kirill want to say something because as far as I remember, they interviewed local people and then used those materials as reference for Macedonia Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we didn't use interviews as references, but in some cases, when we go to expeditions, we collect information from locals. Many people say that it's not a good idea because you don't know if it's relevant information or not, if it's true, but when you are out of other resources and you want to prove the truthfulness of the content, you have to rely on something. My question was, I noticed in the article about Dolores that you use these voices in the gallery section to document the voice of the person. That's a great idea. And I wanted to ask you, do you have any evidence on how much these articles are available on other language editions of Wikipedia, other than the Catalan Wikipedia, so that people in other languages can also hear the voices of the people?
Yeah, and there are several things. About what you say about recording people, I love that idea. And basically this is the same, but we give it a format. It's a radio format, so it's more traditional in its presentation, and it might be more comfortable for some Deletionist people. About the usage, as I say, what happens in Catalan Wikipedia is that this info box is created with data from Wikidata. Everything is taken from Wikidata. So what we do is to upload that to Wikidata, and every other language might be able to show it in their info boxes. What's the problem? In the Spanish case, that doesn't work. And sometimes, you know, most of the programs are done in Catalan, so it might be weird to have a Catalan interview in another language, but there are some, and most of the interviews also are only available in Catalan. But there are some that, you know, in Spanish, this man has the interview in both editions as a gallery button.
Oh, it's a bit weird because the idea is to document the voice, not the language.
No, with the Voice into Project is on Wikidata, and that's, I mean, that's something that we have done very constantly. And the problem is that all Wikipedia should have implementation that their info boxes are compatible with Wikidata. I believe that's a problem, and not uploading material.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning. I hope you're all kind of, sort of, maybe awake, but if not, actually, can I get the hell mic? I don't know. Yeah, tap, tap. Ooh, that's loud. Less loud? Maybe. Okay, good. My name is Matej. I come from Slovakia. I'm the... Yeah, he's working on that. Yeah, thank you. I'm the chair of the Wikimedians of Slovakia user group. And I just wanted to tell you a bit about how we have a problem with women on the Slovak Wikipedia. Well, no. Maybe the women have problems with us. I don't know. But let me tell you about the ova problem. Has anybody heard about the ova suffix before? There's a little bit of, yeah, hands up there, yeah. The ova, or without the accent or with. What is that?
It exists in most of the Slavic languages to denote female member of family.
Right, you're quite right, right? It exists in many Slavic language to denote the gender of the, well, woman, right? And this is a bit of a problem in our community. Well, what I mean by that is there's a lot of disagreement, discussion, and keep going back and forth. Let me show you what's happening. For example, if I go to the article that I recently created, I created an article about the ambassador of Ireland in Slovakia, right? And her name is Hildegard Oriang. But right after I created the article, a user comes in and changes the article to the ova form, right? So it's like, she doesn't really have that ova in her name, right? So what happens, of course, we go into the discussion. And prehilovanie is the Slovak term for the ova adding, right? And there's like discussion about what should be done with this ova. Should it be there? Should it not be there? Right. So let's look at what's happening, right? The first thing says that the PSP says that we have to do this ova thing. Well, what is the PSP? The PSP is this big, well, big, maybe small, but it's a kind of a handbook of how to use Slovak. And apparently this is the one that's that the Ministry of Culture says you have to follow this one. So when we move down to the argumentation here, over here, let's take a look at the handbook rulebook. This is part of the handbook that talks about the creation of women last names, right? As you can see, it's pretty complicated. The first part is about the domestic last names. And it's like, rules. Then we come to the foreign last names. And it's like, rules, right? And it starts actually with, from male last names, the female last names are created thus. And it lists the rules, right? And then as you can see down here at the bottom, there's this super important note. And the note says, in small letters, right, that foreign last names of famous artists may be, and then in the bracket it says, especially when there's a nominative case, right? Maybe you know what case is. Right? But maybe, or especially when there is a nominative case, they may be also used in this non-ova form. And they have these examples, such as Gina Lollobrigida and Grace Kelly and Claudia Cardinale, right? All these, yeah, famous, but somewhat older actresses, right? Okay, good. So we look at the rule book. Yes, this is what the rule says. Okay. But in the discussions, like, well, yes, but I'm saying that, yeah, but there's like 5 sources that are good sources, right? We have the President's Office, we have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have the Ministry of Education, we have a university, right? And all of these sources are saying, or are talking about this person without the ova. No, that doesn't matter at all. No. The rule book is the one we should follow. No, it's the rules. No, the rule book, right? And so it goes. And it goes to the point that, yeah, we have the OVA exception for the famous artist, but she's not a famous artist. She's just, a diplomat, and it doesn't matter. She's not an artist. Has to be the OVA. Well, so after a while of this back and forthing, and reverting and unreverting, yeah, well, it stays with the OVA. But let's look at another thing that happened quite recently. You probably already know it, yeah, Angelina Jolie, right? So this one became an issue very recently. And again, Angelina Jolie right now is not OVA'd, right? But if you look at the discussion, right, already in 2012 they were talking about this. But now in September, like again. And what was the issue? Well, it turns out that the name Jolie actually is not technically maybe a last name, right? Because apparently she didn't have a good relationship with her father. So she decided to change the name, or change her name, and just drop the Voigt, I think it was Voigt, as her last name. So now, is Jolie her last name or is not, or what, right? So there was a bit of back and forthing again. Right, it's like, okay, for now, this page is under admin protection, it was locked. So right now it is on that Jolie form. But who knows, because at 1:37 this is supposed to expire, so maybe it's going to be back and forth again. I don't know, right? The other problem that happened here with the OVA issue is that, as you can see, there's, this E, right? Which is there but isn't pronounced, right? And if you look in the rule book, right, it's also not, like, should we use the E there or not? So should it be Jolie with E OVA or Jolie with I OVA, or like, yeah. So that was another thing that we were dealing with in this whole big, huge discussion. But if you look, for example, at Yoko Ono, right, the revert. No. Right, this one had an even longer and larger discussion, right? The article is, it's not that long, right? But then, if you look at the discussion, it's not working. Yeah. It's like, right? Like, super, super long. And the other issue there that was being discussed was that, well, is she or is she not a US citizen, and does that matter or not? Because the other thing that the rulebook says is that if you have a female that is of Japanese, Chinese, and there's one more, I believe, right? These 3, maybe 4 specific ethnicities. If she is of those ethnicities, then her name does not need to be OVA'd, right? So we were discussing back and forth, whether she is or she's not, and or whether this is or is not an artistic name. Because the other problem was that, what is this artistic name, right? Some people of those kind of conservative leanings, they said, well, an artistic name has to be a pseudonym, right? It has to be like completely unrelated to what the actual name of the or like the legal name of the person is. So is Yoko Ono the legal name or is not, like, right? Because in Japanese it's actually Ono Yoko, right? So, right, a lot of discussion, but somehow Yoko Ono was able to prevail as Yoko Ono. The other example, not Chelsea FC, but this one, right? Chelsea Manning, right? When I saw this article, I was kind of like, now I'm in a bit of a, right? Because at first it was Chelsea Manning without the OVA, right? So I was like, well, great, this is good because, right, that's the actual name of Chelsea Manning, right? But then, she's a woman and all the other women are OVAD. So I was kind of like, well, okay. But then somebody moved it to the OVA form. Okay, fine. If I tried to revert that, then somebody else would revert me and then revert, right? So that's kind of the thing. The other interesting thing is if you look at somebody that's kind of from our end of the world, from Slovakia, we have, what's her first name now? Yeah. This person, Miriam Lexman, is a Slovak MEP, right? So she's not OVAD. Why? Well, apparently, or according to the interpretation of the rulebook, when you have names that are of foreign origin, you have to OVAD them, right? So they take it to mean that these are names of non-Slovaks that are flipped, right? For the Slovaks, we don't flip. Yeah. Why? Okay. That's what it is. Did you have something or no? Okay, so that's basically kind of the first part of the problem. Actually, yes, the one thing I wanted to say is I actually reached out to this women's organization and we had a meeting with them and we were kind of discussing, among other project and possible cooperations and so on and so on. What should we do about this, or how should we approach this problem? What should be our modus operandi and so on? And they said, well, yeah, it's not very easy. And even the linguists or the people from the official language guarding agencies and so on and so on, they're also not very clear on what the rules should be, or some agree, some do not agree, and there's conflict. And so what to do for now? Well, it seems like we'll have to wait for the rules to be updated before the super conservatives can accept that the names may not be OVAD. Yeah. Their arguments is, look at the note, right? Like we saw it, it's like small letters, right? So surely the authors of that rulebook meant for it to be used in special circumstances, not like any time, right? It's like they probably meant that, yeah, it should be OVAD, but maybe sometimes, right? So on Wikipedia, it should all be OVAD. So what to do with that? Maybe wait just for the change. The other unofficial information we received is that the Ministry of Culture is apparently more conservative and wants to keep this OVAD thing going on, whereas the Minister of Interior knows that this is a problem in real life, right? Because you have women that receive inheritances, for example, and the name is different, right? Or women get married and the name is different. So they see that this is a practical problem for women in life, right? But since there's a conflict with ministry, it's kind of stale and status quo. Yeah. So we're waiting and waiting, and I don't know, right? I could argue in many ways. I tried saying, well, okay, when we add the OA, we're kind of changing reality because this person does not use the OA anywhere, right? Or I could say, well, why don't we respect the women and not use the OA? No, it's the rule book that says. Or I said, well, we are kind of adding a Slovak ethnicity to these women when they are not of that ethnicity. No, it doesn't matter. The rule book says, right? Yeah, this has been going on. These are just a few examples, right? I'm only showing you the tip of the iceberg, but there's quite a few. And whenever I create an article without the OVA, in a few moments it's reverted to OVA, right? And if I revert, it's revert, right? Yeah. So that's one part of the gender neutral language that I wanted to talk about. The other part is after or at the discussion with this feminist group. Or Rosie has a comment? You want a question? Okay, sure. Of course. Mike's coming.
So I notice, I don't know if this is working. There's an article about me in 12 language Wikipedias. But
Okay.
not Slovakian.
Okay.
Let's say someday there is.
Right.
La la la.
Should I just give you this one?
Let's say someday there is. So would it read, she was born Rose Goich-Ova. After her first marriage, she became Rose Goich-Ova Stevensonova. And then after her second marriage, she became Rose Goichova Stevensonova hyphen Goodnightova. Just asking.
In most likelihood, yes. Well, yes. I mean, what else can I say? It's the truth. I mean, like, if I created without the OVA, or whoever created it without, you can be pretty sure that after a while it's going to be reverted to the OVAs, and they're going to be like, no, she's not a famous artist. Doesn't apply. Tough luck. Yeah, sorry to say, but it is like that, right? And maybe there is some way to, yeah, but I don't know. I'm kind of lost, right? Yes.
The rule is for every surname for which is not from your country, you used to put the suffix ova. It's a rule. It's a rule. Yeah, it's not a rule because sometimes yes, sometimes not. So it's not so clear to how to use this rule, because I saw surnames with ova, I saw surnames without ova, so it's not a clear name. But why not keep the name, the real name, the original name? Why do?
Well, the reason is for the what's the technical name? Infliction, I guess is the no. Well, the adding of suffixes, and it does kind of make sense, right? Like if you're talking about the like woman in the nominative, like just a name, there it doesn't make sense. But if you're talking maybe about like about Jolie Ova, then yeah, like it is kind of easier to use the Ova there. Or even for men, right? Like if you're talking about Brad Pitt, you would say about Bredovi, Pitovi, you add the suffixes according to the case. So, like, there it kind of, yeah, maybe does make sense. But if you're looking at the nominative, I think it does not make much sense.
For the proper names, you need to keep the original name, maybe.
It's usually in Africa, you can find original name. You're not trying to hide the original name. It's still in the article, I believe.
Yes, but the title.
Well, like, yeah.
Yes, because you have this Miriam Lexman on the incipit, but the name of the article is, yeah.
Like if you look at this one, right? Like they have the name, like the real name, like here, but in the bracket, right? It's not like the name of the article, or in the info box over here. It's not there. Or if you have the templates, right? Like if you had a template for all the ambassadors or something like that, it would still be with the OVA, and this is more like a note, like in Irish, it should be this, right? Yeah. Was there a comment from Heikki, maybe?
I don't want to go into this rationale, but do you know about the editorial practice of large newspapers? I have worked with one. They decide themselves how they write, and you have to be consistent of obeying the rule. And this is, I suppose, possible in Wikipedia. You just your community has to decide on what is the practice, and then you have to do. This is what all large publications decide almost on daily basis.
Right, good question. I didn't talk about that. I should have or could have. And yes, there have been attempts to kind of codify what we are what we should do. And the latest one was that, yes, if there is a artistic name, then we should follow what the exception says and should actually not, or should not add the ova, because the exception allows us not to do that. But for the others, we should change it to the ova. That was like the latest kind of sort of agreement. But it's not followed because they still reverted to the ova, even when it's an artistic name. Unless there's a huge big discussion like with Angelina Jolie this time. Radka has a comment? Yeah, it's more of a case by case. And in terms of the newspapers, just to say, there seems to be a big variety. Like some are consistent this way, some are not consistent, some are consistent that way. There's not really a clear like answer overall.
Yeah, it is about the editorial policy. A few of our editors wrote the National Department of Linguistics in Slovak Republic, and they answer us, in some case it's good to use name without prefix, but in real life we are using the names without prefix. But some of Wikipedians editors are very, how I can say, they likes over.
Yes. You had a comment?
I'm just curious, why don't you rely on sources, basically? Because you have a way to decide if Manning is he or she. You usually look into sources, and why don't you simply look what are the prevailing form of the name in the sources you use in your language?
I did that, yes. With this ambassador, I did just that. I saw that she has the an-ova name from the presidential office, where it was like the president met with the ambassadors and so on, right? There it was without. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had it without. The Ministry of Education had it without. The university where she went to speak about something had it without. Didn't matter. Right, I put it there. Actually, like it was like Hildegard Oriane references. No, it still got reverted, right? Because the rule book says, right? Comment in the back. And Kirill had a comment as well. And we only had 5 minutes, so we're not even going to get to the other issue I wanted to talk about. But
okay, just out of curiosity, you said there was a huge discussion about Angelina Jolie, but she is a famous artist, so the exception would apply. So I guess it's not clear even in that case, or.
But the exception is so small that surely it was not meant as a real exception. Well, maybe after 1:37 p.m. it will still be Angelina Jolie. Hopefully, maybe. Who knows? Yeah. I mean, I'm also tired from all the reverting and all that.
I think it depends on language and the language policy in different Slavic countries. For example, in our case, the family names are identified as adjectives, possessive adjectives that denote membership of a family, and only those that are identified of Slavic origin may have this change from a male to a female. There are only two kinds of them, ending on ova, or ski, ska, while all other family names are considered to be of foreign origin and remain unchanged. I know that in other Slavic countries it's slightly different, like in Slovakia, in Slovak language, you have more freedom in changing them, in gendering the family names. I know that in the Eastern Slavic languages, this also applies for names of Slavic origin, while foreign names remain unchanged. So yeah, it's a matter of language policy, and it varies across different countries.
Yes, hello. So in Ukrainian Wikipedia we also have a gendered language problem, but it's a different problem. It's much easier for us for names because our rules on the foreign names are pretty clear, except Slavic names where it becomes complicated. But with for our language, if you say Madam Ryan, you gave a word Pani Ryan. If it is Mr. Ryan, you gave a word Panovi Ryanovi. So we have kind of exception for female names that remain unchanged pretty much everywhere, so we are lucky on that. But we are not lucky on a different thing. In Ukrainian Wikipedia, we are not lucky about occupational words, like if Mrs. Ryan is an ambassador, if, for example, Chelsea Manning is an activist, in Ukrainian she will be aktivistka. And our rule book, which is also a pretty nice, very nice rule book with a lot of rules, says that usually you use female occupational names to call females. And so people say, okay, aktivistka is something you can find in dictionaries, so probably we will let Chelsea Manning be an aktivistka. And then comes, for example, Madam Ryan, who is an ambassador, and there is no common Ukrainian word for female ambassador because female ambassadors were not common when dictionaries were created. And now we have a long and long debate on whether we should invent a word for female ambassador or look for the most common word for female ambassador because there are 10 different ways of forming female names of occupations, or should we just name her ambassador with a male word? And long discussions, and it's easy for people with common female occupations, like, I don't know, poet, female poets existed for 200 years. But female ambassadors, or even worse, female microbiologists? So I wonder if anyone else has something on.
We have the same problem in Italian Wikipedia because, for example, Accademia della Crusca, in this case of occupations, says you need to use the female name of occupations, but a lot of Wikipedians said, but it's also correct to use the male name of the occupation in case of female biographies, so it's not wrong. So we have a lot of cases of reverting from Zaha Hadid, for example, which is a designer, and the end of the story is we have an incipit which is ungrammatical. So a lot of professor from the university says Wikipedia is not reliable for this thing because if you use an ungrammatical sentence, you are not reliable. So we cannot use Wikipedia into the schools, into the university. So it is quite a problem, and is quite a problem not only on our community, but also I saw on Facebook a lot of people which is divided between using the female and then the male name of the occupation. So, yes.
Yeah. Sorry? If you want to comment, you can comment. Oh, okay. I thought we were kind of running out of time, but well, yes. I mean, was just a brief introduction, and I see that many of you are having the same or similar issues, and that's what I was going to or ask you to comment on or to give me more information. So if you find me somewhere at lunch or wherever, maybe tell me what your country is doing and what your country could do and so on and so on. I could tell you more about this if you want to hear about it. Of course, the other issue was similar to yours, right? Like, how do you categorize people? Is it based on the gender or do you use the general masculine and so on? Too bad we didn't get to that, but it's another thing to keep in mind for the future. Well, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the CE. Kyril's next.
So hello everyone, and welcome to my today's presentation on something that we have in MetaWiki, but many people are actually not aware about what is it about and how we can make a use of it. So it's about something which is called a learning pattern, or in the plural, learning patterns. So the idea is to have shared learning reach to other people who can learn from them. At the very beginning, I would like to start with a famous quote of the Chinese Confucianist philosopher Xunzi, who in his work An Exhortation to Learning stated, "Learning proceeds until death, and only then does it stop. Its purpose cannot be given up for even a moment. To pursue it is to be a human, to give it up to be a beast." So what's the idea? I mean, the idea is that in our lives we learn all the time. So the point is how to make the most efficient way to use this learning. So what are the learning patterns that we have on MetaWiki? There are guidelines that provide advice on how to do something, and templates with clear titles and consistent format for easy navigation. So how the process of creating a learning pattern evolves. So we have an evaluation of some activity, then we extract the learning and create a format to share this learning. Okay, there are many motivations that lie behind the learning patterns. You may be motivated from a successful project or a successful event or a good practice, which constitutes the group of sharing of best practices. But it's not the end here. I mean, you can also use some unsuccessful project, like failed project, a failed event, or some bad practice, something that you learned important lessons and you want to document how other communities, how other people should avoid these bad things to happen. Okay. So the easiest way to navigate to the learning patterns is to go to MetaWiki. There is a page, like a thematic page, titled Learning Patterns. And on the right side, you're going to see a box titled Create Patterns. You just go there, and once you write the name of the desired learning pattern, you're going to see like a box with required information, with required lines of information that you have to fill in. So the first one is on the title. You have to provide a brief and concise title that clearly describes what the learning pattern is about. Then you have the pattern summary, which asks you to provide a longer description, but not more than 1 or 2 sentences. For example, if the learning pattern is communicating with volunteers, then you have a sentence that describes communicating with volunteers through the means of delivering words, using the thank button, using other communication channels, or anything else. And then you have something interesting. What is the solution? So you state the problem, what you want to solve, but what is the solution? So how to solve this problem or to fix this challenging situation? So this is the most important part, because, you know, it's half of the answer to have a good question, like to have a good, well-stated problem, but it's also important to find the right solution. So here you can provide your solution in many details. You can use a step-by-step approach. You can provide information from different sources, or even you can create several sub-problems just to make it more systematic. And here we have some interesting things about how the problem, what is the main problem that needs to be solved. And below it you have the solution. So this is like the most detailed part of the learning pattern, because here we provide the most information. You can see there are some subsections on the things to consider, like when it's the most appropriate time to use this learning pattern and what are the things that you can use it for. And you also have when to use. So this describes the situation when to use it. And at the end, you also have some additional information like what are the related patterns to this one, what are some useful links, external links, where you can find more information about the topic, and some references if you have used them in the pattern. Okay, and at the end, it's also important to provide a suitable category. We have many categories of learning patterns like education patterns, event patterns, evaluation patterns, planning patterns. So you can find the most suitable category for your pattern and categorize in it. It might be also more illustrative if you change the image. So this is the generic image for the learning patterns, but you can find anything else that describes it in a better way. And at the end, it's also very important to remove the status. So we have a draft learning pattern, and once you create it, you need to remove it. It's no longer a draft, it's an open learning pattern. And at the end, the most important thing, to communicate with the global community, the movement, you need to seek endorsements. Why endorsements? Because it is what community thinks about learning patterns. They may endorse it like, oh, this is a great learning pattern. They may also provide some help, some assistance to give you a recommendation. You should improve this thing. You should find more information on this page or anything else. Communication with the community is the most important thing because you need them as people who are going to use this in practice. Okay, and here are some examples. Here we have some good examples of learning pattern titles. Teaching new editors about copyright. So it's brief and concise. It pinpoints the main topic of the learning pattern. You can also have keeping communities engaged. It's also good. Brief and concise and explains what you intend to do. And here is a bad one. How to motivate editors to become more active in editing high-quality articles. Why is this a bad title for learning pattern? First of all, it's too long. It's a sentence that can be used to state the problem or the main question that this pattern can solve. Why not instead to use something like motivating editors in generating quality content? So you can see, you abandon the interrogative form, so it's not a question form. You also change some words, like why to say high quality when you can use only quality. When we refer to quality, we mean the highest quality. So you need to shorten it as much as possible just to provide it in a concise form. Okay. Next, here we have a clear example from an existing learning pattern. It's about annual Wikimedia CEE meeting drafting the program. So this is the title of the pattern, and we have a step-by-step solution. What does it mean? You systematically disintegrate learning pattern into different sub-patterns and then provide step-by-step approach on how to solve it. For example, we have the first step, expression of interest. The second one is the form, shaping the form. Then we have to call for action, to invite the communities to engage in this process. Then you have the content, on what is the content that we aim to create. And at the end, it's a bit a rejoicing step. Given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. So you can see, you use different phases as steps on how to solve this problem. Okay, but how about categories? As I mentioned, there are different categories. You can browse meta to find what are the existing categories and where you can put your learning pattern. So we have categories by theme, like project management learning patterns, evaluation learning patterns, or fundraising learning patterns. We also have a division by organization who created these learning patterns. For example, all learning patterns created by members of Wikimedia France are going to be categorized in their category. You can also have categories on user groups. For example, Wikimedians of Bulgaria learning patterns, which categorizes all the patterns created by their members. But you can also have learning patterns by complexity. So this is a new word. It's also important to explain what complexity is. And here we have 3 different degrees of complexity. The first one is low complexity. Then we have moderate complexity and high complexity. But what is it about? When you say low complexity, it means learning patterns that describes a topic that is easy to comprehend. It doesn't require too much time and resources, so that you can easily replicate this learning into practice. Like, for example, identify content gaps, or use of editing tools, finding reliable sources, or photographing buildings, organizing meetups, finding external partners, or awarding contributors. So you don't have a complex process on how to achieve these things. Then we have the moderate complexity. So this is a function of low complexity. It adds on the top of the low complexity learning patterns. For example, if it's easy to identify the content gaps, then to fill that content gaps, it's more difficult. So we have to think about how to work on these identified themes. What are the best ways to organize events or to engage the community in doing it? So it's more complex. Here we also have fixing bugs. If using the editing tools is the easiest way to fix a bug, it's more difficult because you have to have some programming skills or technologically advanced skills to do it. Here we also have writing quality articles. So it's not about writing articles, but quality articles is something more complex. Here we also have organizing outreach events, communicating with volunteers, planning projects, or extending external partnerships. And at the end, we have the high complexity patterns, which integrate many low and moderate complexity patterns. Like, for example, the development of new editing tools. So this is the most difficult part. Or planning programs, not only projects, but entire programs, like annual plans or the educational program. You also have organizing conferences. So if we disintegrate the conference into several parts, we can end up with many low and moderate complexity learning patterns. But to document it as an entire event is definitely going to be a high complexity one. Here we also have managing conflicts, introducing rules and guidelines, and also strategic planning. So what's the idea? If we analyze the complexity, you can see moderate level is a function of low level complexity, and high level is a function of moderate level. So the idea is to simplify complexity. We don't need to have only high complexity learning patterns. Why not to disintegrate them in parts and produce low level complexity learning patterns? And we also have examples about this. Like, for example, the German language community created a series of learning patterns titled Appreciation of Volunteer Work. But they didn't want to do it in a complex way, and that's why they created several sequels of learning patterns. Like, for example, the first one is to give individual feedback, the second one to make it tangible, the third one to let others know, and the ending learning patterns, the ending sequel, towards a culture of appreciation. And at the end, I would like to also discuss on how we can make these learning patterns more visible. So we have more than 500 learning patterns, but very few communities make a use of them. So one idea might be to embed them in the program reports. Like when you document some project or activity, you simply link to a learning pattern that was created as a result of this activity. You can also use them for program planning, to share in community resource pages, to use during outreach events when teaching other community members on some activities. Or you can also spread them outside the movement, because the idea is not to document, to share learning related to the movement, but also some good practices that might be replicated even outside the movement. For example, like organizing a hackathon. It's not just a thing that we have in the movement, but also outside the movement. And some things to consider. You should always be aware that no learning pattern is perfect, so there is always space for improvement. And the idea might be to consider improving existing learning patterns, because if you find something that is not perfect, you should try to provide your thoughts, to provide your ideas on how to improve it. Then another thing is to create series of related learning patterns, like the one from the German-speaking community on the appreciation of volunteering work. And another idea might be also to document solutions applicable outside the movement. So it's not just to be too technical and to focus on our movement. You can also think out of the box and provide something which is useful for anyone else outside the movement who intends to work on organizing or creating a similar kind of activity. Okay, any questions?
Thank you. What if you have multiple learnings on from a similar event? Do you somehow put them together, or do you just leave them as separate learning patterns from the same event,
Yeah, that's a very
or a
good
similar
point.
event?
Well, my suggestion for that case would be to either make them create a series of learning patterns about the event. For example, learning from Wikimedia CEE meeting 2018. And we might have a learning pattern on how to create a program, how to communicate with volunteers, how to arrange the accommodation, arrange the travel of participants. My idea would be to create a series with several sequels of learning patterns. But if you do have two learning patterns on the same topic, as we do have in some cases, for example, we have a learning topic on how to praise volunteers and how to award volunteers. So it's very similar. They cover a similar topic. My suggestion would be to try to merge them. The idea is not to have many to have many incomplete learning patterns on a topic, but to have one which is well prepared and complete, which tries to address as many things as possible.
Right, so if you have the 2019, would you erase the 2018 or no?
We don't have, but it's an idea. Why not? I mean, we have a learning pattern on how to draw the program, but it was based on the learnings from the CE meeting in 2015. So the idea is either to update with the new challenges that we were having in the last couple of years, or to try to introduce a series of learning patterns with different learnings from every year.
Other questions?
Okay, anyone else?
Thank you very much. These things are very important, because I have always wondered how stupid we are to assume that people can adopt new things without thinking how they learn. We are expected to learn something. We need this sort of wiki pedagogics or wiki didactics, or how we learn, because there are so many new things to people in our movement.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so just to add something more, the idea is to have, this is a model of learning, so this is not the entirety of learning possibilities that we have. This was started by several employees in the Wikimedia Foundation as a kind of a community resource, but during the years it did not get a lot of traction, so the idea is to relive it and to show people, to show the communities that we have more than 500 learning patterns, something that is a strong community resource and people can simply use it to solve many of their problems. Okay, if there are no questions. I would like to thank you and invite Belgrade.
just wanted to give everybody a little bit of a musical break at the beginning. Thank you. Because the whole idea of growing our movement through brand is that we want people to be excited about the global movement. And similarly, we hope that when you enter this room, you heard some of these Serbian hits and felt the music in your veins.
Okay, so we're just going to introduce ourselves to start. My name is Brooke. To start with, we both work for the Wikimedia Foundation, and we come from San Francisco. So my name is Brooke. I am a growth manager on the audience engagement team, which is part of the broader communications team. As anyone who's met me already, I probably told you that I just started a couple months ago, so this has been really exciting to be part of this conference and meet you all, and I'm learning so much about the movement and the community, and it's really been an inspiring and humbling weekend. So in audience engagement, a lot of people have asked what that means. Basically, my team is thinking about how we can share the story of Wikimedia at scale, right? So how do we introduce our projects to communities and people who haven't heard of us before? How do we get people to stick around? Ultimately, what I'm focusing on within my team is growing readership in different parts of the world, and that's important for many reasons, but one of them is, you know, in a room full of editors and community members is, of course, the more people you have who are readers, the more people who you can pull from to join the community in different ways. And one thing that's really exciting to me, and I think to our communications team overall, is that the less time that we spend explaining what Wikimedia is to people, and how it relates to Wikipedia and our projects, the more time we get to share our projects and stories with everyone.
And I'm Doris Vitak. I'm a communications associate, also based in San Francisco at the Wikimedia Foundation. As you can tell from my title, I'm kind of a jack of all trades, but I focus primarily on public relations and responding to journalists who have inquiries about the work that the foundation does about Wikipedia and other free knowledge projects. So I write a lot of emails that start with, hello. Thank you for reaching out to the Wikimedia Foundation, the nonprofit organization that operates Wikipedia, an experience that many people who have had to explain what Wikimedia is and how it connects to Wikipedia and free knowledge are undoubtedly familiar with. Those of you who are involved with movement communications might also know my name from the media report that I send out every day during weekdays, covering how our movement has been covered in the press.
Cool, so before we get started with our presentation, we want to understand who you all are, so we're going to make you do a little exercise with us. So if you are an affiliate staff member, will you please stand up? All right. Okay. How about if you are a volunteer or a board member of a chapter, please stand. Okay, so most of the room. Awesome. Awesome, thank you. I don't believe there are any Foundation staff members in the room. Wait, who am I? Oh, I didn't see you, I'm sorry. Yeah. There you go, yep, dual purpose, okay. And now, that's really where this project stems from. So we, in this room, every single person here, we have this amazing thing to share. You know, we have this amazing movement. We're setting knowledge free so that anyone can learn anything. It's a really amazing thing, and we're all really, of course, passionate about it. And we have the entire world to reach our 2030 goals. You know, there are so many people in the world who have never heard of Wikipedia, let alone Wikimedia and our whole brand and our movement. So again, lots of potential here. And of course, the global population is still exploding at rapid rates. It's growing really fast, particularly in different markets. You know, think about India and sub-Saharan Africa. It's really exploding. So again, so much potential, so much room for and potential for new users, contributors, donors, partners, volunteers, literally billions of people who we have to reach still. But of course, we need to make some changes in order to achieve this kind of massive scale that we're thinking about, where, we want to tell everyone in the world about this thing that we're doing, where everyone can share in the sum of all human knowledge. So that is where our brand comes in. Our brand can help. Our brand is basically, it's the ability for people to recognize who we are, when they've already heard of us, if they've heard of Wikipedia, and to be able to better connect us to the movement. And it's also about being able to understand quickly what we do if you've never heard of us at all. And that way we can spend more time bringing people to the movement instead of just explaining what Wikimedia is all the time. So how can our brand help? Ultimately, we're trying to get this international free knowledge movement that we all care about to grow in participation and content and getting new users involved and more donors so that we can just keep growing at rapid rates. And we're doing that by really leaning into Wikipedia, which is our best known brand. That's what people know us for. And using that, we can therefore better explain how our movement works to volunteers, to grow numbers of volunteers, to stand apart from other nonprofits and tech companies, to stand for a better world and really work towards our mission, because of course we need everyone's help.
So for a little bit of history, and many folks in this room who have been involved with the movement for longer than we have know this very well, but what is our current movement brand? This familiar logo and this name, Wikimedia. Where does this movement brand come from? It's actually really interesting. There was an email that this guy, Sheldon Rampton, sent 16th of March, 2003. We have the records. And he said, "I think we should go further still and shoot for the ultimate goal of creating Wikimedia." That's media with an M. It would use wiki-style rules to enable the public participation in the creation and editing of all kinds of media, encyclopedias and other reference works, current news, books, fiction, music, video, etc. So as you can see, that's a very expansive and ambitious goal. And it was one that people took up very enthusiastically. In 2003, there was a logo contest to design the logo for Wikipedia. And the second and third place logos from the Wikipedia logo contest, which you see over here and many of you may recognize, were appointed as the Wikimedia and MediaWiki logos. Now I want us to all think about the fact that the logos we've been using for Wikimedia and MediaWiki came out of a contest to design the logo of Wikipedia. Anybody here who has done logo design before knows that designing a logo for a specific purpose is very important. And these two logos are bearing the weight of having to do a job they were not designed for. We asked the community what is wrong with current movement branding. Folks said it's not well known. There's low brand awareness. If you show just that logo or that name to somebody, they may not recognize it or what it means. It does not indicate who we are, volunteer-led, nonprofit knowledge platform. It is not supporting movement growth from new participants, the addition of new content, inviting new donors, new partners, bringing in new perspectives. And it's also very confusing, and this is probably the part that everybody here knows intimately, that you say Wikimedia, and people will be like, Wikipedia? So there's that conflation with Wikipedia that happens. And, oh, sorry. So we asked, what can we do to improve movement branding? And there were a couple of options that appeared. We saw three specifically. So there's a strategy of increased marketing of Wikimedia, kind of continuing what we've been doing, which is saying, Wikimedia, this is what it is. No, it's not the same as Wikipedia, it's related, but improving global understanding of Wikimedia with increased messaging and marketing. Now, the consequences would be marketing spend in the billions of dollars, and this is what the movement has already been doing for 16 years. There's also the perhaps more radical option of renaming the movement, creating a new unified name and visual identity for the movement to use. Now that also brings its own set of consequences. A new name would require major investment to create and massive marketing to establish, and that would redirect funds from where they're really needed at volunteers and projects. And then there's this third option, which is use the best known Wikimedia brand. What is the Wikimedia brand that everybody knows? From school kids on their cell phones surreptitiously looking up things in class to grandparents on their computers, we know it's Wikipedia. So the idea is utilizing Wikipedia's massive brand awareness, 80% in Europe and the United States, and around 40% in the rest of the world, to grow our free knowledge movement. Now, this also brings its own consequences, of course, the Wikipedia identity being extended beyond the encyclopedia project, one project being elevated over the others, and potentially more risk for volunteers being blamed for Wikipedia content. But it's something that we've come to through a very thoughtful process. There was a lot of research done through looking at what community members were sharing with us about current levels of awareness of Wikimedia projects across the world. A lot of times to speak with community groups between August to October 2018. There was also an expert consultation, brand consultants Wolf Owens. This is their life's work, is evaluating consulting on brands, recommended using the best known brand, Wikipedia, as the brand for the movement between October to December 2018. There's also community review through that expert recommendation being shared widely with the community and bringing in individual volunteers and larger groups for comment. Finally, a board review in August 2019 took place with the Board of Trustees reviewing the recommendation and input from community members, and foundation staff proposed next steps. So what does this mean? Wikimedia is changing, but all of these projects, which we know and love, are not.
Okay, so I know this slide has, I think, can be a little bit scary. So I just want to reiterate again what Adora just said, which is that all of our project names and logos are remaining entirely the same. So that won't change at all. So really there are just four fundamental things that are going to change. The first one is this logo that we've talked about. That logo is going to change. We, of course, don't know what that looks like yet. Wikimedia, every time we have Wikimedia, that's going to change to Wikipedia. So, you know, the Wikimedia Foundation will be called Wikipedia in some way. And then the naming convention, so, you know, the Wikimedia Foundation would be the Wikipedia something, and it might be Foundation, and it might not. And I think that's the part we still don't know. So user group, endowment, chapter, these naming conventions that we all know and familiar with, that could change as well, again, to help people better understand what each group means, right? And so that's going to be part of this review. And then finally, this little button, a Wikimedia project that shows up at the bottom of all of our project pages, that will change as well to, of course, match the rest of this. But that's it. At the end of the day, all of this work is going to, and these are the four big changes that are going to come out of it, which will, of course, hopefully make our lives a lot easier and our work a lot more efficient.
So I'm sorry if I missed that, but what time do you expect this to change? In what time frame? When do you expect it?
So I think that that's still a little bit contingent on the decisions of the brand network and receiving more input. Another thing is that this is opt-in, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So it's not as though there is a deadline per se. This is up to all of the affiliates.
Okay, and tell me about the, I won't say process, but like, are you going to consult, for example, the community? Okay, sorry, I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay. Thank you, sorry.
Oh, of course, no worries at all. And this presentation is also available online, and we'll go over ways that everybody in this room can participate further as well in the coming
thank
slides.
you.
Cool, so what about movement naming? It's not just replacing Wikimedia with Wikipedia, because we've heard from volunteers who we have consulted with extensively and continue to, that naming things Wikipedia blank could be confusing. We totally appreciate that there is French Wikipedia, so calling the chapter Wikipedia France could be too close to that existing name and cause confusion. What we're interested in doing is explaining our movement with words, powerfully and effectively. We want to reconsider the terms we use to designate parts of our movement, for example, chapter, user group, project, so that we can make naming conventions that explain how these things are connected as well as distinct from each other. That's good branding. Who does this directly impact? So this impacts all the people and organizations who are using Wikimedia branding. We have a list here. Is there anybody in the room from one of the affiliates on this page? Probably not. Oh, yes. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, cool. So we took a good screenshot. Yeah, so some of you in this room will see familiar logos here from your affiliates. It will also impact our movement members working to grow participation, reading, donations, partners, and more. The idea is that the important work that is being done in our movement will be much easier when people understand what it is we do.
Okay, so this slide is all about how are we actually going to get this done and how are we going to make this change. So the first thing here that we list is with affiliates and volunteers. So it's everyone in this room, right? So this whole process is going to be designed with your voices in mind. And again, at the end, we're going to share some ways that you can continue to stay involved, stay up to date, and share your opinions and thoughts throughout this process. So, you know, we're going to have working groups and public calls for comments, and there will be lots of iterations for development, and that's where you all are going to come in. So you're a really big and important part of this process. The next step is with foundation staff. So that's the two of us and, you know, the whole staff that's based around the world, and really all of our teams are going to be doing different things to make sure that this comes to life. For example, in communications, again, that's going to be sharing this information at scale, right? And finding different channels for Adora. That might mean working with the media and the press to make sure that they understand it. For me, it might mean, you know, utilizing social media channels and you know, different ways to make sure that we're really sharing this information at scale and making a big announcement and a splash here. And then the third way is with external design help. This is a really highly specialized thing that we're doing, and so pulling in an external design agency who can really refine these options, propose some good ones for us, because really what we're trying to do here, we're trying to create a visual brand identity that can be recognizable across the whole world, across different devices and cultures, and, you know, getting more technical, like sizes, right? And so again, this is very specialized, and that's where the agency will come in to help us out with that.
Can I say no? Branding changes are opt-in for affiliates. This is a really important point. We want to make sure that everybody knows. Each user group and chapter will choose for themselves if and when their group adopts the new movement brand system. So we obviously want to invite everybody to have a very strong voice in this process. If you are interested in the brand changes, we really welcome you to participate. At the same time, if there are any issues that you have with it and you would prefer not to opt in, you know, this is obviously everybody's choice. How can I join this collaboration? So we're really excited to share some of the ways that everybody can participate. You can contribute your ideas, design feedback, and experiences. Join the over 100 volunteers, affiliates, foundation staff, and contract designers who are in the working group. This brand network is where a lot of ideas and comments are shared. The time commitment is 1 to 3 hours per month for 6 months. If that is not an option given your current time commitments, we also have the option to keep up with the project outputs and share feedback on Meta. If you follow our MetaWiki page, plus monthly updates to mailing lists and community portals, places like Village Pump, social media groups, you can see how the project is continuing, and you can also share your comments and feedback in those venues as well. Please feel free to take out your phones and take a picture of this slide. Brand network. We have a link here to space, and you can request to join brand network. There's also the project page on MetaWiki. So please do participate. We're looking forward to hearing voices from many members of the CEE community. And I also do want to mention that Brooke and I are not the people who are working most directly on brand. That's our colleagues, Zachary McCune and Samir El-Shabadi, and they are happy to answer questions if you email the brand project team at brandproject@wikimedia.org. Please feel free to take a picture of that page too if you'd like to have the email. And we'd love to take any questions you might have. We're so excited about this next step in the movement journey.
I'm one who participated to the mailing list discussion about this, and I have my concern that Wikipedia is only related to the encyclopedia, but we are a movement which included a lot of other things, not only content on Wikipedia, means also other projects. So my feeling is using this brand, we are losing something of our identity. So.
Yeah, I really appreciate you sharing that comment, and I think that that's a very fair point. I would definitely encourage you to continue, sharing that, especially with our colleagues who are working directly on brand.
And I can say this again. We are part of the communications team with the team that is doing this, but they are separate sub-teams. This is not our direct work. I can share my personal opinion about that, which I think it's a super, like Adora said, it's very valid. I imagine that there are many others who share that with you. When you think about the awareness of of all of our projects around the world, almost everyone, well, kind of depends on where you are, but many people know what Wikipedia is. Very few people have heard of any of our other projects, right? And so if you think about, you're trying to tell somebody to go to Wikidata, and then you have to say, oh, Wikidata, it's part of Wikimedia. Wikimedia has Wikipedia. The way I see it is it kind of cuts out a step, right? You can say Wikidata, it's part of Wikipedia, right? It's one fewer step to get to that explanation and to get people to understand what Wikidata is and how it connects to something that they already know and are familiar with, because there's obviously a lot of familiarity with our brand. So that's my opinion, and of course I'm not part of this this design process, but I don't know.
Yes, I understand that concretely you have right, because Wikipedia, everybody knows Wikipedia, but I think that yes, everybody knows Wikipedia, and we know that we have problems to explain what Wikimedia is. So yes, it's a concrete problem issue. But my feeling as an affiliate, as a volunteer, as a Wikimedian, is this one that we need, I don't know, we are losing something, so we are concretely focused only on Wikipedia, and is not Wikidata, Wikidata is a part of Wikipedia, it's Wikipedia, it's a part of Wikidata, which is vice versa, so something else. So I don't know. I have this this feeling of missing something.
Yeah, so definitely share your feedback with the team here, because that'll be really important.
And Samir is waiting for, seeing us on Facebook, so.
Oh, yes. Okay, we're live.
So personally, I'm for the change.
Awesome.
I edit Wikipedia and Wikisource, but I also wanted to know how much research has been done into possible reactions of sister projects.
Are you familiar with that?
That's a really great question. Again, is this working? Let's see. Oh. Cool. Yeah, I think you all can hear me. So Zach and Samir have done a lot of consultations with community members who are involved in many projects, not only Wikipedia, but all of the free knowledge projects under the Wikimedia umbrella. And I think that a lot of people who are very passionate about a sister project, for example, Wikidata or Wiktionary or Wikitravel or any of the other fantastic projects, they also would like to see their work get the recognition that it deserves. And part of that recognition is really shortening that verbal map that we're drawing for people when we explain the work that we do. So that's, you know, we've heard a lot of reactions, and I would encourage reaching out to Brand Project either on Space, over email, looking at MetaWiki to see their more detailed explanations of their work with those communities as well.
I will be more specific. I'm concerned about specifically those people that edit only one of sister projects, not like me, Wikipedia and others. Because I'm concerned that, and also Natalia is concerned, that we may indeed lose some part of the community just because of that, and good research has to be made to ensure that if rebranding, then it will go smoothly.
Yeah, I would like to add a story on that. Last year, Wikimedia Poland was trying to refresh our wiki page to have it nicer, more like 2019 and less like 2005. And we wanted to have more space on the page, so we decided that in order to things look like, we will remove the logos of sister projects which are not longer active. There are no editors there, nothing is happening there, so we can take those logos down from the main page. And the reaction from the community of the active sister projects was, it was an outrage. They felt that if we remove the inactive projects, we make a statement that we do not support the sister projects at all. And I feel that for some people, those things are very personal. And again, we were removing the logos of the inactive projects, and the people who were angry were the contributors of the active sister projects, which logos will still on the page. So those things are super sensitive, and this is what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, I think, again, we want you to encourage you, and thank you for sharing this in this room, and please also put it in writing and share with these groups, because it's really important feedback for them to hear. And I think any change is going to come with some ripple effects, and there's always, you know, as Adore brought you through that page, there's consequences. Any change comes with consequences. And so, you know, they'll be able to tell you more about the research that's been done, and I can't speak to that. But I think, you know, we have to think again about the whole world, right? And we might ruffle some feathers or you know, make some people upset. And I think the goal, though, is if we're trying to reach billions of people, you know, then we have to make some changes, and it might mean losing a couple people along the way. But I think they're the people who should take that feedback, because it's really important, and we definitely want to make sure that we're being sensitive to all these people.
Did she ask for?
Yeah, then that's exceptionally important, and please do share that.
Okay. Yes, I think. Okay. Working with brands is a long term. I think it takes at least 5 years to get into this process all the way down. I'd like to also make a notion that explaining Wikimedia or Wikipedia for people who are very far from us, who don't know, I make a suggestion. I sometimes explain that Wikimedia is something like social media, Facebook, Google, Twitter, maybe, but it differs in some ways. It is non-commercial. It's based on mostly on volunteer works, and it's inclusiveness, and it's for open licenses. We have to explain that this brand is very different, profoundly different from commercial brands. People don't, well, if I explain this 1,000 times, people probably don't believe me. But we have to take care that we explain that this is a project. This is not commercial. This is based on volunteer work. And so for open licenses, this is different from commercial brands, big brands.
Right, and I can, you know, as somebody who joined the foundation because of my strong belief in the work of this free knowledge community to contribute to a digital commons, I very much appreciate the comment about how we are not the same as a commercial brand, and I think that that's something the whole communications team and certainly my colleagues who are working on the brand project appreciate very deeply and have shared throughout the process when they are working on brand and with the consultants that they have brought on board. I think that people who are familiar with the Wikimedia movement around the world and with Wikipedia really value that, and certainly whenever we are evaluating when to bring on partners and collaborators, we ensure that they understand that deeply as well.
So we are here all experienced users, so we know what is Wikipedia, what is Wikimedia, but for example, if I meet some people, first of all I tell them about Wikipedia, that I edit Wikipedia, and they ask questions, who can edit? You have some organization which do this, because people don't, mostly people don't know yet that they can edit as an anonymous or just as a registered user. They don't know that they can edit Wikipedia. So first of all, I promote Wikipedia. Then among Wikipedians, I promote organization Wikimedia Ukraine, Wikimedia movement, that they can join projects, they can organize. But first of all, we promote Wikipedia, and I can't agree that it should have a name, change Wikimedia for Wikipedia, because it can be some Wikipedian or Wikipedian support, but not Wikipedia, because this will be much misunderstanding, and a lot of conflicts of understanding, and we can also lose the volunteer principle and trust to Wikipedia. And the sister projects is also, they are not all like Wikipedia. They are wiki projects, but they're not Wikipedia.
It's his turn, then it's your turn. Let's want to comment?
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing that comment. And you know, as we outlined in the slide that discussed consequences, we certainly have evaluated the outcomes of different strategies along, you know, on the subject of branding and what is most effective for communicating. While we realize that the possibility for confusion exists in every single option, we found that what we have been doing for 16 years is frankly not working very well. And I think everybody in the room knows that it is a long process to explain the work that we do if you have to start from a point that is very distant from Wikipedia. So we are interested in minimizing confusion. We would invite you to, again, bring your comments to the brand project team. Please do email them, participate in conversations on Space or on MetaWiki if you have the opportunity to do so, because I think that's very valuable feedback.
So if I may have like one remark, one question. The remark is, I would like to thank you a lot for this whole thing, because this is, I have constantly been asked like, what's the difference Wikipedia, Wikimedia in the Czech community is the thing in the outreach, and it's really annoying. And so thank you very much for doing this, but there is one thing I'm wondering, and it's, this is a very sophisticated and delicate thing, like this is a, how to say it, this is marketing, this is like visual identity, this is like what fonts should we use, what they represent, how do people feel when they will see it. Like we are very happy in our chapter that we started to have finally some visual identity, so people can identify, oh, this font, it's like more like Wikipedia related, right? Instead of like having the community use like gazillion of colors, gazillion of everything. But I have a feeling that not a lot of people from the community will understand this process, and I have a feeling that it might be really painful to try to promote it, and really painful to try to realize it, because it feels to me that some people might say like, yeah, it's something from the top trying to make it more like a corporate environment. And I have a feeling that this might be the general opposition that might be against it, and it will be very hard to communicate it. So I was wondering, like, aren't you having the same general vibe?
I very much appreciate that comment. And you know what? I sympathize. When I first arrived at the foundation, I was not that familiar with branding, and I've learned a lot from colleagues like Brooke, who brings a tremendous amount of expertise in communicating messages to large audiences, from other people working in PR and media relations. And so I, with very little design understanding, background, or experience, was able to get very much on board with, these are the fonts we use, and this is the slide deck that we use. And I actually found that having a unified visual identity was very compelling. And Wikipedians and Wikimedians are the best learners in the world, right? Like, that is the incredible power and potential of this movement, is that we are all people who love to learn, who love to contribute, who love to research. And I think that at least I and many of my colleagues have a tremendous amount of faith in that spirit, that people will be passionate about spreading the free knowledge movement to more people, and about ways to use branding, even if it is not initially so familiar, to do that. If you have any comments. But yeah, thank you very much for that.
Okay.
So something, the first thing I want to add is related to what said Natalia. So we had a similar issue with Wikinews. Someone told, let's close. We have not enough volunteers. So I think that at the end, the answer was, even if it's one single editor, the project stays. So this is one of the things. And the second is related to what said the guy. It's a mismatch between Wikipedians and Wikimedians. So I think that, yes, someone will think that this is marketing stuff. So a lot of Wikipedians doesn't care about this, because it's not our topic, is not interesting for us. So. But on the other side, the Wikimedians feels like there is something they care about. So only this reflection, only this thought.
I think what you're all bringing up, and the theme that I'm sensing here, is this is really sensitive, and it's nuanced, and it's complicated, and there are a lot of individuals. I mean, all of you are so passionate about this. And again, at the end of the day, we're not the ones who are working on this process. What I do know is that Zach and Samir are very aware of these nuances, and that's a very important thing to them, that what the work that they do reflects that, in order to make sure that we're not, projects aren't closing because of this work. At the end of the day, it's important to remember that they have everyone's best interest in mind, and obviously it's a very complex and emotional change. So thank you all still for sharing, and I think there's still some more comments, and please do continue to share it with them as well. Great.
I believe it's good that you brought up the opt-in clause, because opt-in clause means that it will be contrary to some other sensitive changes that, okay, either you accept it or find another project if you don't like it. So opt-in clause means in our case that the discussion about, okay, what we actually want to do with this rebranding will be brought to a lower local level, and the communities can at least feel that they have something to say in this process for themselves and not for the whole global Wikimedia community.
So having running some community conversations over time, one of my key asks for the people in the communities regarding these consultations around the brand project is on two levels. One is a question about the problem itself, what we're trying to solve. So does it resonate with you, the narrative creation and explaining what you are doing? Is this problematic in your community, for your affiliate, your organization, or not? So kind of on this level, does it resonate, the problem situation? Have you had these troubles, and do you feel that something needs to be done about this? And the other thing this has been said here also many times, like this can go in different ways, and we need to be really mindful about the different projects, especially the ones like non-Wikipedia. And there are really passionate people there, and this is part of their core identity, that I'm a Wikisource editor, and this is a core identity of people doing the amazing work they are doing. But the question there is that if you are recognizing the problem, the overall framing for this, and you are saying that this is not the way forward, it would be really helpful to hear, like, you coming from communities, knowing what is going on there, what is your constructive solution to a problem situation? What are you proposing to help us to move forward and to ensure that we are inclusive and inviting people in? Yeah, so this is what I'm always kind of, where I'm trying to get with community conversations is this kind of sharing. That I understand the problem. I don't think that you're proposing the right solution, but it's easy to just reject. It's much better to constructively think. But I think that actually what we should be doing is this, based on my knowledge from a Polish, Erzia, Romanian, whatever community, we feel that this could be the solution taking it forward. So I would like to hear more of this. Like, we think that actually this tweak here, this solution there, and these things would be really helpful when you are even kind of seeing all the problems. Try to think a step further and provide this. Thank you.
Okay, so the first thing I would like to say that I used to do communication from Wikimedia Poland, and then I moved to community support, and this is why on one hand, I totally understand why the branding thing is confusing and important, and on the other hand, I have the voices of the community in mind. So this is like the dual perspective. I'm like not against of the rebranding, but my community support role now understands that it might be difficult. Sitting here, we have already planned a consultation in the Polish Wikisource and Wiktionary community, because fortunately we have our Wiktionary Wikisource conference next week. So the first thing we will do probably is that we need to hear the community and talk to them and gather some voices on our local level, and then move forward. And probably we have this huge movement, and even if the foundation starts the consultation and informs about the consultations and talk and ask, probably there will always be some people who feel that they didn't know that there is discussion, that they feel excluded, that they missed the consultation, because usually in Wikimedia world this is how it is. And probably the first thing I would suggest to do is to make a lot of conversations at a local level and then bring it to the international level. If we as communities have a possibility to either go with the rebranding or not, we should be very careful about hearing our local communities before we make the decisions.
Yes, so I believe that the feedback next week can be interesting for us. Were there any voices that opposed rebranding of Commons to Wikicommons? Do you know about it? Because I believe it's a good change to change Wikimedia Commons to Wikicommons, and I'm curious whether there were voices against or other options.
I don't think that Brooke and I actually have visibility into that process, so that's not something that we can personally speak to, being a little bit more recent at the foundation. But if you have questions about that, I would encourage you to reach out to our colleagues for sure.
I think another question we need to keep in mind is the name of the affiliates, because in the case of the chapters and the user groups on the same country. So here a lot of attention on this. How do you name Wikipedia Italy? I don't know. And Wikipedia Wikidonne. So it's something to think about on these cases when we have affiliates, many affiliates on the same country, and one is a chapter and another are user groups. Just think to Russia. They have a chapter and 3 user groups.
Absolutely, and this is something that they have been very attentive to throughout the process. I believe there was a slide discussing affiliates, specifically saying that some of the naming conventions may change in the future. Again, this is a tool that we're hoping to offer to people who are interested in using it. It is opt-in, and any of these affiliates, if you believe that the status quo is working for you, there's nobody from the foundation who will tell you that's not an option. But we really want to offer a tool to people who think what we have right now is not working as well as it could, and who want to use a new branding convention to reach new audiences.
We will have confused about, for example, Ukraine. Wikipedia Ukraine and Ukrainian Wikipedia. Sounds not so good.
When you talk about Wikipedia, you mean about a language, project in this language, not the association.
Great, well thank you all so much for bringing your comments and questions to this presentation. We appreciate the attention that you've given this issue. We'd suggest, as we said earlier, please do join the collaboration on Wikimedia Space, follow the process on MetaWiki, feel free to reach out to our colleagues in the communications department at the Wikimedia Foundation by emailing the project team brandproject@wikimedia.org. Oh, for sure, and yeah, please do feel free to take a picture of this page.
Should we wait for another 2 or 3 minutes, or should we start?
It's 2 p.m. I know. We can start the way we will.
Okay.
Invite something.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohsen Salek. I'm coming from Iran and representing Iranian Wikipedian user group. At the same time, I am part of like. The microphone is not working? No, it's working. Okay. So I'm starting over. My name is Mohsen Salek. I'm coming from Iran and I'm representing Iranian Wikimedian user group. And I'm also part of Wikimedia advocacy working group. First of all, I would like to thank Wikimedia Serbia for inviting me and having me here as an invited speaker. That this is a great opportunity for me to learn and get feedback from the communities that we are almost close to each other. So I would like to thank you again. And I would like, in my presentation, and today I would like to walk you through about the strategy process and our working group and what we did, what are we doing, and what are the next steps. Designing a strategy, especially a collective one, is not an easy job. And I think Wikimedia, I would admire Wikimedia Foundation to be brave enough to give such an important job to its member. Though we all have to agree, designing a strategy, working on it, by essence is kind of boring job. It is difficult, it is time consuming, and you have to be committed. A lot of agreements coming and going. So it is not an easy process. And I'm pretty sure that like we are still struggling to understand and figure out what to do next. So this process was not easy from the beginning. So first I'd like to give you my agenda. First, I would like to introduce you Wikimedia 2030 strategy. Then I would like to talk about our working group and our scoping, and then situation, and then our recommendation. Then I will give you a short and brief a discussion about what is advocacy, and like then I will go to CE participation. Then I will conclude some points. 2030 is around the corner. It is not that far, it is not that close. We have a vision
that by 2030, we are going to become essential infrastructure of the ecosystem of free knowledge, that anyone who share our vision will be able to join us. So, with this vision in mind, Wikimedia Foundation in 2018 decided, like, let's design a strategy for next upcoming 10 years. So it all started from 2019, and like an email came to Wikimedia asking for like different people if they are interested to join working groups. So many people showed interest that, given their expertise or their like interest, to join any of these working groups. Totally, we have 9 working groups that they are working on different subject areas, and they are trying to come up with a design and recommendation that could be useful for everyone. This is, by essence, is very difficult, just because of, when you are trying to write at the beginning, it seems that writing something suitable for everyone is not that much difficult. But when you go ahead, then you will see it is not that easy, just because of, whatever you have in your mind, later you will find you are like neglecting someone else, so you are neglecting something big. So writing something that is suitable for everyone is difficult. We have 9 working groups, totally comprised from like 90 members. And some of these members are volunteers like me. Some of the members are staff members. So one of the challenges that we faced from the beginning was how to mix this volunteer work at the same time with the staff member, just because of, when in some group there are like people who are paid for the same thing that you are doing for free. So there are like frustrations and discussions just because of, they could dedicate more time just because of it is part of their job if they're doing so. And at the same time, we were volunteers. But anyhow, we managed to do so. So for past year, almost, we had a lot of meetings. At least every 2 weeks, we had an online meeting for 2 hours. And there were a lot of readings and writings. So it was like a homework. It was like a school just because of every time we had the meeting. So you had to read a lot of documents. And from time to time, also, we had some in-person meetings that helped us a lot to achieve common goal. Above these working groups, there is a core team, that the core team is providing support and guidance whenever needed. And most of the time, they are also participating in our meeting as a note taker, as a like helper, like whenever we need them. Currently, we have 9 working groups. I think the name of these working groups is self-explanatory, so it is not that difficult to understand. But all of these working groups are doing and playing very important role. So I think many of you also have some interest in one of these areas. So I think if you think you are suitable, go ahead and like try to engage more with these issues, just because of, these working groups and their recommendation, then implementation is going to shape our next 10 years. So if like Wikimedia movement is important for you, and of course it is important for you that you are here, you have to engage in this strategy. For me, one of the challenges was that, like, for average Wikipedian, they don't care that much about the strategy, just because of, it was not affecting them immediately. So, like, trying to engage in community members was kind of challenging, was kind of difficult, just because of, whenever, like, we're asking questions, and sometimes you have to ask many, many questions, like, during the time. So a lot of like community members were like bored and said, okay, I don't see why should I put my time and give like my ideas when I'm not going to see something quickly in return. So these working groups decided like to compromise. So we have roles and responsibility. For me, it's one of the most important groups, just because of, we have to decide about how Wikimedia Foundation is going to be. Just because of, one of the core recommendations that we heard from many working groups was decentralization of Wikimedia Foundation. Just because of, we had a feeling that current model is not working anymore, so we have to come up with a new model that could govern all over the world. But doing this is not that much difficult, and it is time consuming, and we don't know how to do it, how to implement it. But anyhow, this is something important. Capacity building, this is something that we are doing here, and we are doing like in offline and online activities, so that they have to come up with recommendations how to increase this capacity. Product and technology is also important just because of, I'm pretty sure all of you have suffered from like the keyboard, the visual editor. There are a lot of like technological stuff that they are not in the way that they are supposed to be. So everyone is nagging, look, it is not working like that. For example, it's not loading fast enough. So there are a lot of things that they could change. And like changing technology is not that easy. It is expensive. So we are like hoping that by this recommendation and implementation, we would see some changes in the engineering department and everything. Revenue streams is also important, just because of, if you want a sustainable growth and a sustainable project, we need to have money coming in a sustainable way. Up until now, the way that we are making money is by making like fundraising every year, like for a month or something like that. We have been successful up until now, but I think we have to think about future. How could we not to do this and like to have some of our own money, and like they are also important. So they are discussing about how to make money, from whom should we get money, or from whom we shouldn't, and there are a lot of discussions like this. Partnership, for me, is also important, just because of, with partnership we have to discuss and understand what kind of organization we would like to get closer, what kind of foundations or groups we don't want to be part of us, and from whom should we get money. And there are a lot of discussions about partnership. Partnership is like big discussion all over the world, just because of, when you are like making like partnership with one organization, it has a political implication and it has a political meaning. So we have to be careful about this issue. At the same time, community health is so important, just because of, sustainable growth needs healthy community. And like many Wikimedians have been under threat. They have been facing a lot of problem in real life, and they have been like facing a lot of harassment, like online and offline problems. So we have been like trying, and Wikimedia Foundation has been helping us like to make the more healthy community and having more healthy situation. But achieving the goal that like we would like to have like welcoming community for everyone, it is going to be hard and it is difficult. Resource allocation, once we made the money, so we have to decide about how are we going to spend, who is going to get the money. Currently, like 93% of the money that we raise remains in the United States. This is not the way that we should be. So if we are a global movement, if we are a global people, we have to discuss how do we allocate this money that everyone could earn a share and like fair share of this money, that it could help them like to achieve their goals. Current model and current system is very much US based, though they are also the main source of the money that we are making. But at the same time, I think many donors, that when they are donating money to Wikimedia movement, they wanted their money to be spent on a global movement, not rather to stay in US. So like this conference and many other conferences are happen like with only that 7% that is transferred and used in other countries. So I think this is also important, and I would like to see changes in like by 2030, it would not be the same. Diversity is also important. Like all of these working groups are important, just because of having a diversified and diverse community has been one of our earliest goals. So we have been trying to be inclusive as much as possible. Though we have been doing great, but I think we are still far ahead of the position that we have to be. So we have to think about this. And at the end is my working group that I was part of it, advocacy, which is, for me, is one of the most important things, just because of, without being an advocate, you cannot achieve any of this. So for me, all of you that are here, you are advocates of the movement. So you believe something and you make an action on that belief. So you are an advocate. This is in a scheme of the model that we are having. So you see the 9 working group. They have been chosen by a steering group. And above the working groups that we are working together, there is a core team that they try to help harmonize and do everything. So they're providing support for us. And above them, it is Catherine, Executive Director of Wikimedia Foundation. And then there is like Board of Trustees, whom are going to approve this recommendation, then put them into implementation. Do you have any questions until now? Good. So this is a timetable of our action. So it started in 2018, and we had a long community open discussion and community surveys. And after that, for a couple of months, we were trying to discuss together about what should we do. There have been a lot of strategy saloons and trying to gather people's feedback. To achieve this goal, Wikimedia Foundation decided to choose 7 liaisons for different main languages. And though from the early stages, I was thinking we have to include more languages, but anyhow, they chose the 7 main languages, mainly in the number of speakers. And they have been trying to communicate and engage with the community members and translate and get feedbacks. Though, again, I had a feeling that a lot of community members were not participating in this kind of discussions, which is sad, but at the same time, it is not that much easy to achieve, and go and get these people's idea. So from what I understand, many of these liaisons are trying to go and engage in the community members in in-person meetings, offline and online activities. But anyhow, I think we did not get enough feedback as much as we were expecting. And we were planning to finalize recommendation by October, which is almost finalized right now. So we are waiting for core team to decide what is going to be the next. So hopefully by November, we are going to hear something back, which we are waiting for this phase. So I would like to discuss first what is advocacy. It is interesting just because of, advocacy is kind of means different for every person. So it is one of the terms that almost none of us agree upon. So, and it is funny also just because of, in these conferences, I found out in many languages, we don't have any equivalent for advocacy. So many of you people in here are speaking different languages. Do you have equivalent for advocacy in your language?
As a word, as a term?
As a term, yeah.
Sort of, yes.
What does it mean?
Well, it means to advocate, to support something.
Yes, but just because in many languages, it turned out as you are a fan of something, okay?
Yeah.
But being advocate has more complicated meaning. So it was one of the key challenges, just because of, when we are talking about a term that it doesn't exist in your language, or it doesn't mean the same, many people are confused. It was one of the interesting things, that fact that we understood. And going back, so advocacy started from US, and it is a very political term. Generally, it means kind of lobbying. Like when you have a political goal or political aim, you decide to do something for that, and to get to that goal, you advocate. You discuss, you make actions, then try to make it happen. So by the essence of the advocacy coming from the Latin term, it is very difficult for me to read this, but anyhow. Do we have anyone who speaks Latin? Advocare, yeah. So it starts from advocare. So it means to speak and to argue for what you believe. So we have many different parts of advocacies. So I'm going to give you a short brief of different type of advocacies. So political advocacy is something that we are all familiar, that when you want it you focus on the government decisions and you want to change something. So it has been going on for many years, so everyone is familiar with that. Social advocacy, and which is quite new. In past 30 years, we have seen a lot of movements trying, environmental movement, the Swedish girl Greta, what was her family name? Yeah, difficult family name, yeah. This is a part of social advocacy. So when you want to change public opinion, or you want to raise awareness about something in your something that you believe, so this is social advocacy. Another way is direct advocacy and direct lobbying and direct advocacy. When you believe something, you go and meet person and try to convince them to change the thing. So for example, whenever you need something, you go to the Wikimedia Foundation and try to convince them this is direct lobbying, or when Wikimedia Foundation want to do something, they go directly to that person and try to change it. But most of the things that we do in Wikimedia movements is indirect advocacy. For example, when we were against the copyright law, the new directive in Europe, we blacked out. So this is one of our way to raise awareness. So it was our indirect advocacy to raise awareness among the people. Another way is legislative advocacy. It's the way that you want to change the laws that you think they are not suitable for the future or they are not suitable for you. So like also to achieve this goal, we do have a team in like Brussels. So they are trying to lobby in favor of like the things that we believe. So we have a team like doing this job in Brussels. Another way is self-advocacy, which many of us been doing for a long time, just because of, for example, as a Wikipedian, when someone asks you, why are you a Wikipedian, the answer that you are giving out, it is like being an advocate, just because of, you think that you believe in something and you have to make an action, and you think something is good, something is worth doing, so you do something for that. This is self-advocacy. So I think as a group, we have to use all of these methods like to increase and make the better situation like by 2030. So we started with scoping just because of, at the beginning, first we were thinking, how should we write a recommendation? So what should the recommendation look like? So we started the scoping document. Scoping ideas. So what are the limitations? What should we do? So we decided and tried to map the situation of the thematic area and obstacles, opportunities from the data we already have. It was a difficult job just because it took a couple of months like to write this scoping document. It was one of the hardest part of the work that we did. Then we moved to recommendation. We are now in recommendation phase, which I'm going to get there, and then implementation, which is another story. Time is running, but our vision was, I talked about vision, but let me skip this slide. First, we did advocacy SWOT, so to understand what are our strengths and weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Just because of, I'm going only to the weaknesses, just because of, being advocate, it means that you are siding, you are making actions. With this action, I think sometimes it is against the neutrality, just because of, when you decide to black out, it means that you believe something and you do something for that. At the same time, many people may be angry with you just because of, you are making a decision. I remember when we had a ban on Turkish Wikipedia, there was an article, and the Turkish government wanted us to change that, and Wikimedia Foundation stand firm that we are not going to meddle with this issue, and this is freedom of speech is one of our main values. So when you are making a stand, sometimes it seems that you are against the neutrality just because of, for the Turkish government, it seems that you are siding with other governments, or at the same time you are not working with them. So to write a scoping document, first we decided what do we need to achieve that. First, we discussed about that the advocates, they need tools and support from Wikimedia movement to go ahead. And we discussed about the frameworks to promote and support and access information and knowledge, how to integrate them into advocacy, a pervasive use of and contribution to Wikimedia projects. And there were a lot of discussions about the necessary needs and necessary conditions for our work. So then we wrote this scoping document that how are we going to write this recommendation based on. So we come up with 9 scoping questions, which later they turned out to be 10 recommendations. And I don't know if you can read these or not, but these are our scoping questions, which is the hardest part, just because of, when you want to write a strategy, starting with scoping questions is difficult and hard. So we are going to get to our recommendation. We came up with 10 recommendations, and for each of these recommendations, they are already exist on Meta, so you can go and read. There are why, how, and a lot of answers and questions about these recommendations. So I'm going to quickly discuss about our recommendation, then to the questions. So first, our first recommendation was that we should have a shared document, shared understanding about what are we going to do, what should be advocates be doing, what are the limitations, what are the red lines, what should we do and what should not. Our second recommendation was, okay, what's going on? Okay, good. It is getting warm. So we would like to have a better environment, better like community environment that we could bring everyone. So how are we able and how could be able like to invite as many as possible? This is difficult and this is a challenging question. So we would like to have to recommend Wikimedia Foundation like to do something about this and to have something about this. Third recommendation is we should hear about from everyone. Up until now, loud voices have been main part of any discussion just because of we have loud communities, which they do have a lot of representative, they do have a lot of people who speak good English, so they dominate the whole discussion. But we are a global movement. We would like to include everyone. We would like to have as many people as much as possible. But we have not been successful to that. So we would like to recommend Wikimedia Foundation to take an action on this and how to do that. Another issue is that knowledge management. So we were discussing about how we can like storify, classify, and store our successes, our failures when it comes to advocacy. Just because of until now, we have been like advocates in many regions, in many groups, in many areas, but everyone is doing something separate. So we cannot learn from each other just because of, in this situation, everything's happening separately. So for us, if we would like to have a successful advocates, we have to share from each other. Like the CE meeting, when we try to learn from our experiences. But when it comes to advocacy, it is not something like that. And number 5 recommendation, which is our favorite, is that we should have a hub that all of us could have an access. When you have a question about advocacy, should I do this? Should I not do this? We could go there and we could discuss with each other. We have not yet discussed about how is it going to be. So there are some discussions. Is it going to be a department in Wikimedia Foundation? Is it going to be an offline thing? Is it going to be hub like among volunteers or what? We are still discussing about this, but we think having something like that is going to be useful and it is going to have a lot of benefits for the community just because of, currently a lot of us, like a lot of community members, they do have a lot of questions. Should I make a contract with this person? Should I approach to this group? Should I not approach to this group? And it is not that easy to come up with questions just because of, there is no department or there is no people like in Wikimedia Foundation that they could respond to your questions or dedicated group. And number 6, our recommendation is common positioning. So we understand that all of us have to understand what is our movement. We have to be on the same page about our beliefs, about our future, about the pathways and about the things that we would like to do. If we have a common goal and common position for this, I think we could achieve a lot together. And so the number 7 is like partnership. So we were deciding that we have to work and make and create a global network of like advocates that they could be linked to each other and they could help each other from time to time whenever they need. So like whenever someone needs help, they could do that and like they should understand it. Number 9 is self-determination. So it is subsidiary decentralization. There should be a model for collaboration, for advocacy across the movement. So we kind of come up to the understanding that each community has to have its own like determination. So they have to have a power to understand what is best for them, what is not best for them. Just because of the current model, since most of them in most of the small groups, the money is coming from US, the Wikimedia Foundation, they kind of have to listen. So they have it is Wikimedia Foundation which is like tells them what to do, what not to do, just because of they say these are our priority. You have to work on this. So we think that at some level it has to change. And number 10 recommendation, which is I think one of the most important one, is how can we and how are we going to protect our advocates? Many of Wikipedians are coming from like endangered areas, like coming from other authoritarian regimes and like coming from areas that like we don't have like much of a freedom of speech, so they are in danger. Currently, like we have seen that the Wikimedia Foundation has built a team called Trust and Safety. They are trying to help you whenever you are in problem. But I think we have to change it and like to protect more and like be more connected and do a lot together. So we are still looking for like a community conversation, though like we are a bit behind that phase. But if any of you is interested to discuss more about this recommendation, and if you think something is missing or something important has to be included in this recommendation, please come and join and come and discuss. Just because of, you know, we are going to shape the future, and if you are silent right now, it means that your voice is not going to be heard. So your challenges, your concerns are not going to be part of this recommendation. So if you have something strong in your mind, please come and discuss in person, in a group. So there are a lot of ways that you can reach us. There are a lot of the core team members who are like around, so you can reach them and talk to them just because of what should be included, what should not. And we have been receiving feedbacks. Okay. In CEE also, we have been hearing from the loud voices from the biggest community, but the small communities, the small wikis, and the small regions are silent. They don't contribute, they don't participate, they don't discuss. So we would like to invite our CEE friends to be part of this, to discuss and help us to understand better the situation of the CEE. So there are some questions, and my slides are going to be available in comments. So you can, like, if you have one of these questions, we could discuss. There are a lot of issues, okay. Yes, yes. So that if you are not going to give input, we could not help you, just because of, you know, you have to understand this, being part of this process is very helpful for your future and the future of your region and future of your country and language. I'm going to skip that. So any questions? Okay, one question.
I know that is a very secondary question for everything that you have very well presented here, but I'm interested about, you know, advocacy in the context where there are second languages and things like that, because as you know, we don't have many access of the discussions of the working groups, and I believe that is a very interesting debate.
That is true, just because of, you know, talking about languages in many countries is a political issue. From the region that I am coming from, if you talk a lot about your local languages, you kind of label as a separatist, just because of you are looking for separation or something like that. So it is very difficult and challenging. At the same time, many people are interested in their local language. They want to preserve it, they want to keep it. And it is not political for them, but for many like governmental institution and organization, it has a political implication. So achieving this is also a challenge, just because of how we are going to act in a situation like this, just because of, you know, Wikipedia is mostly like trying to preserve a language. At the same time, it is a political implication to the country. So it is a challenge and it is difficult, I understand it.
My question is not to you, but to the audience. You mentioned several times that the CEE region is underrepresented in advocacy efforts. And I'm curious if one of you could share whether you or your community is interested in advocacy, and if you're not, that's okay, but I'm interested in whether some of you are interested in advocacy and are finding some obstacles, something that's keeping you from getting more involved in advocacy efforts in Wikimedia. That would be interesting if anyone is willing to share.
I'm not going to speak in Esperanto, about the Esperanto community as I am representing here, but in the experiences from the Slovakian community, there was a plan officially accepted by the annual general meeting, which supports advocacy, but it ran into obstacles about the involvement of the board and generally lack of human resources. So Slovakia at some time was interested about that, and we couldn't do much because of mostly of human resources.
Okay, no questions. So thank you, everyone, for listening.
You uploaded this?
Which? Probably not. It's on the top page of the presentation.
Do you recognize it here or something?
I doubt it's here. I uploaded it like 20 minutes ago.
Okay. So let's see.
If you just go to the presentation.
Yeah. Can you see it here? I'm very much sorry.
No, I am not sure how it would be there because, as I said, I just uploaded it. So.
Can you please less and million?
So, hi everyone, I can introduce myself while the presentation is being set up. I am Gergő from the Hungarian Wikipedia. I'm a technical volunteer and a media wiki developer, and I work for the foundation, but that's completely unrelated to my being here. I am a volunteer member of the Product and Technology Working Group. I would like to talk a bit about the recommendations that we have made. If there is a problem, maybe I can. Thanks. So I am not good at stand-up comedy. I am not sure. If you go just to the presentation page, then you can find the comments link there.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
please.
I have a question. Has the strategy process in general been covered in the previous presentation? Because I made a few slides about just like orienting where we are and what this whole thing is about. But if Mosen already covered this, or if everyone is already aware, then I will skip those. Right, thank you. So this is a selected set of the recommendations. I try to focus on the ones that I felt are more relevant or interesting to the CEE community. So we made 11 recommendations, and this is like 4 of them. So you are very welcome to check out the working group page if you are interested in the other ones. Everything is at least slightly relevant for all the CEE affiliates and volunteers, but some more than others.
So we have a drive folder and we have the commons category. So can you help us find this presentation because you uploaded?
Yeah,
recently?
it looks like recently. It looks like I messed something up. If you just go to the program page on MetaWiki and then the presentation page, so I must have misunderstood something. I imagine that's the way to make it official. Yeah, sorry about the delay. I did last-minute work and apparently not very well, so the presentation slides, I put them in the wrong place or something like that. That's the one. And there should be slides link, exactly. Yeah, by the one.
You want to download it or?
I think it can, if you just click on the presentation, then it will show it, and that should work. Yeah, thank you very much.
So sorry.
It was my fault entirely. Is there around? No. It doesn't matter, but all right, I know what to do. That was the one I wanted to do. Thanks. Sorry again. So back to the plan. So the movement strategy has already been introduced. I want to talk a little bit about what it means to make structural plans for the strategy, because this issue, I think, was a little more difficult for us than for the other working groups. So the movement strategy is a parallel process. The affiliates, primarily the Wikimedia Foundation, are doing programmatic planning, and the working groups are doing structural planning. And programmatic plan is like, what things are we going to do in the case of product and technology, what software features we are going to develop, and structural planning is how we are going to do what we are going to do. So what structures need to be in place, what roles and processes need to be there. And programmatic change was out of the scope of the working groups, which means we didn't consider things like individual bugs and features, like, for example, easier video upload on commons. We didn't consider product vision, like making Wikipedia more interactive. We didn't consider technology vision, like move Wikipedia on the blockchain. So we focused on the structural issues, which we thought create the programmatic issues. So why in the past we did not have the programmatic projects that we should have had? So why was the decision making not always optional? Why was there significant conflict with the communities at the end of development projects? And what kind of systems and structures can ensure that that wouldn't happen in the future? So we focused on two areas. That's actually an editing mistake. The technical community is not covered in this presentation. So the two most relevant focus areas that we looked at, most relevant to this crowd, is governance, so how are technical decisions made, and the distribution of the work. So who is expected to do the work of developing software, how do they get the resources, what responsibilities do they have in that process. And there were a bunch of other things that you are very welcome to look up on the working group page, like supporting technology volunteers, figuring out how to fund technology development, thinking about the social and the ethical impact of technology. So the two big, the problems in the two areas that we have focused on are, for governance, the Wikimedia Foundation and Wikimedia Germany, which are the main sources of development, do a lot of user consultation. So they decide on a project, and then they talk a lot with users to figure out how to best solve the problem they are working on. But usually they don't really ask people what they think should be worked on in the first place. So there is a lot of user input in the middle of the development process, but very little in the beginning. So the decisions are made in a non-transparent and non-participatory manner, and that often results in choosing the wrong problems, not understanding the impact on the communities fully, or only understanding it by the middle of the development process when it is difficult to change course. Flow has been a very prominent example of that. And doing development with relatively little buy-in from the people who are going to be affected in their everyday volunteer work. And another problem is that even if the communities were invited to participate in decision making, their capacity for engaging with complicated strategic questions, engaging with long-term technology decisions is limited. And also we don't really have discussion and decision-making structures which scale well. So conversations break down when you try to have them with 1,000 people. And for the distribution of work, almost all work is currently done by the Wikimedia Foundation and to a lesser extent by Wikimedia Germany, which on one hand is efficient. So you get an economy of scale when everything is centralized, but also it injects a lot of cultural bias, both in the terms of what gets developed and in the terms of how it gets done and what values get represented in the software. And there is a lack of empowerment, so people are not really able to govern their own fate, in a sense. And it also a missed opportunity for capacity building. So when an affiliate or a volunteer group does its own development work, then they learn from it and become stronger. And if someone else does their work, then this doesn't happen. So it's the difference between giving people fish and teaching them how to catch fish. And there isn't, so one of the reasons this is done this way, there are other reasons, but one of the reasons is there isn't really a structure in place which would make a more distributed effort successful. So there is no structure for coordinating technical efforts. There has been a certain level of difficulty even coordinating between Wikimedia Foundation and Wikimedia Germany, for example. And there is no system in place to ensure that organizations taking on development have the capacity, the skills, the insights to do that. And that has caused smaller problems and could easily cause much larger ones. So the recommendations that we have proposed to solve these issues, and please feel very free to interrupt and just hold up your hand if you have a comment. I will ask for feedback at the end, but maybe it's easier to provide feedback after I talked about something than waiting for all the 4 recommendations and having to keep them in mind, so feel free to interrupt. So the first recommendation we have is to create an open product proposal process. Set up a process for deciding what to work on, which is transparent, so you can see how the decisions are made. It is open to all kinds of stakeholders within the movement, the foundation, the affiliates, the community members, hopefully to some extent even for readers, so that's a bit harder problem. And they can all participate, and not only participate in the sense of giving feedback, but also taking part in the actual decision making. And on the other hand, the participating communities commit to honor the decision, which has been a problem in the past, that you run an RFC on what to do, and the people in the RFC decide something, and then a bunch of money is put into developing it. And then at the end, there is another RFC where the participating people are potentially completely different, and then they decide they don't want it, and you have just burned through like $500,000 of donor funds, which is not a sustainable situation. So there needs to be a commitment from the communities as the part of this process. And our hope is that if this succeeds, that it makes the planning and the prioritization of technical development not only more transparent, but also more equitable, more robust in the sense that the input is much more diverse. So the development is going to be based on a better understanding of the needs of all the different user bases, and also more predictable in the sense that we have less issues where something is developed for years and then the community decides they don't want it after all, and the whole work has to be thrown away. So one of the problems with that is that when you have a development effort with $100 million budget, well, I guess that's the whole foundation budget, so it's more like a 40-ish million budget, but still a huge one. that's not something that people can easily grasp and engage with. So you need a lot of knowledge about what is technically feasible and what is easy, what is hard, what the audience of Wikipedia is, and for example, how the emerging communities and the areas with a lot of readers but few editors differ from the core communities who might easily dominate such a discussion process. You need to have a shared understanding of the long-term goals of the movement. You need to understand trends in technology and so on. So we are also proposing to create a system of knowledge dissemination. So have a team or a group whose role it is to make sure that all the factual knowledge behind the ongoing and the planned projects and strategies are available and easily accessible to the average reader, and the communities are made aware of it. And this includes things like translation, this includes things like having information with different level of complexity from detailed documents to very simple infographics. So making sure that the largest possible audience can productively and in a well-informed way engage with the process. And another potential problem with this is that and again, if you have a comment, then feel free to raise your hand and interrupt. So another problem is that the quality of discussions in the movement are not always very good, and usually break down as we are scaling up, as the participant base of a discussion gets larger. So we are also recommending more investment into supporting community decision making. So making sure that we have technical platforms for discussion and governance that support constructive discussion, that are inclusive to all kinds of minority groups, which are focused on consensus building as opposed to debate. This includes things like multilingual support, usability, friendly and modern user interface, tools for handling disruptive behavior, community self-moderation, and a number of other things, voting systems, nudges to shift your behavior towards being more constructive. This was actually written before Wikimedia space was proposed, so I think the things that are already happening and the things recommended here are kind of aligned there. But yeah, the recommendation itself is agnostic about how this should happen. A new platform, change in how talk pages work, whatever. But there is a clear need for improving the capacity of the community to have constructive and well-informed discussions. And the other big cluster of recommendations are actually designed just a single recommendation, but the other conceptual cluster I want to talk about is decentralization. So identifying which are the product and technology development activities that can be decentralized. There are some things which do not make any sense to decentralize. Like you probably don't want the server and reliability engineering, the operations team running the hardware to be distributed to multiple organizations. But a lot of things that are currently done by a single organization, usually by the foundation, could be decentralized. And in those cases, decentralize and distribute that work between interested affiliates. And one potential problem with this is that you need a cohesive technology vision. So 100 organizations going in 100 different directions would be a potentially very bad outcome of this change. So as a part of this, set up an iterative strategic consultation. So we can determine a shared long-term set of goals and a shared roadmap in a way that includes the whole movement, and then have the affiliates select tasks basically from that roadmap. Another potential problem is that organizations overestimate their ability. The foundation has done this a lot in the past when it was smaller, and there is no reason to think other organizations would not do it, and then either just fail or fail in an especially damaging way, create bad media, create a community controversy which damages community trust for a long time. And to avoid this, we need to make sure that the responsibilities are defined. And by responsibilities, I mean things like you need to do user experience research, you need to commit to long-term maintenance of a feature, and also we need to define the expected capabilities of the affiliates before they are able to take on the tasks. So these are largely the recommendations and the parts of recommendations, because some of these recommendations talk about other aspects which seemed less relevant for this discussion. So these are the things I have singled out as maybe most interesting for the CEE community. And if you have feedback on whether this is useful, whether this is not useful, whether you feel we are going in the wrong direction, whether you feel there is something that should be really a recommendation and is not, although that's a bit hard because I only talked about a third of them, but in any case, I am very open to any kind of feedback about the set of recommendations we have made. And if you feel you cannot you cannot provide feedback on the spot and want to think about it a bit, which I think is very understandable with this kind of dense strategic material, then you can go to the working group talk page and find all the recommendations from there. And it's a wiki, so you are free to leave comments, and we read all the comments and usually reply to them.
As one of the problems you mentioned, that feedback from the community comes late, quite late in the product development. But what I believe really works and avoids lengthy discussions after implementation of features, something new, was tests of extensions for a mobile app. I participated in several alpha tests, and one part of this alpha test was the test started only at the moment I was being called, and I discussed how I like the solution just online. And for the whole hour, I believe there was enough feedback, and there were other persons too. So I believe this solution avoided a lot of later problems, bugs, or simply misunderstanding with the community. And I really liked it, and I hope that this method will be used also for other new features.
Yes, so that's user research, user testing done after the early planning and early design phase. And I think when the foundation started to do that, that was a huge improvement in the quality of our development. But it still doesn't solve the problem that the community picks the project without much consultation. So you are not only affected by the foundation developing a tool without your involvement. You are also affected when the foundation decides not to develop something that's important for you because it works on something completely different, and currently you don't have a say in that decision. So that is the problem we are trying to solve.
The next community wishlist survey, so far as I know, won't include Wikipedia, only other projects. So seems also the community was not involved enough in this decision.
So this is a 10-year strategy recommendation process, so I don't want to comment on specific ongoing issues. But in general, I think the community wish list is definitely a step in that direction that we are talking about here, or is already doing the kind of thing, but it's a tiny part of the budget. Well, just stating that you support it makes us happy. You can do that here, you can do it on the talk page. As you have no doubt heard in the previous session, these are still draft recommendations. There is going to be a finalization process. So there is no possibility of formal support at this point, but positive feedback is always very welcome. Thank you very much.
Let's go to full screen. You want to go from here? Yes. Just a moment. F5. No. Today is not finding anything. Yeah, of course. So much stuff. No, come on, no. It should be fine right now. I think. Yes. Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah, okay. Go on. Yeah, it's loading. Thank you.
All right, Tomasz Raburski from Polish Wikipedia. I'm a member of Polish chapter, but not very active one. I'm rather editor and administrator. Okay. And the problem I will be talking about is not specific to Polish community, although I will be working on a Polish example of a particular crisis we had like 2 years ago. But in fact, it's rather a trend in many countries, not only Central European countries, but also, like for example, we have the similar problems in USA, in the UK, when the societies are dividing into two opposing camps that react to each other in a very emotional, very active, very militant way. So whatever one camp is doing, the other camp will do something totally opposite. It may pose some problems for Wikipedia communities, especially in this region, in Central Europe, so we have some specific problems. Like, for example, several months ago, the Trump was coming to London, and Jimmy Wales tweeted this tweet, and there was a strong, very fast reactions of hundreds of people reacting to it, who treated him as some kind of Mr. Wikipedia. So if Jimmy Wales did something wrong, they reacted against Wikipedia. That's the problem I will be focusing about, that Wikipedia is viewed as an agent of one opposing camp, not some kind of forum, not some kind of platform, but an actor who is a part of the opposite political camp. It's not all about the party politics. It's especially, for example, in the UK, the Brexit divide. It's not about political parties. It comes across the parties, and it's more about cultural, traditional divide. In some countries, it has a religious background. In many countries, it has a traditional background. In Central European countries, the background is also historical, about the anti-communism and the communist origins and so on. So this divide is quite complex, but in many countries, we see this polarization, two camps opposing each other. And the new media, especially the social media and internet like Twitter, makes the politics different. It's not only we as a citizens are not the observers of the high politics, what the politicians are doing, but many people becomes active, militant in the internet, and they are fighting for their camps on everyday basis. They are discussing, they are making forums, they are writing articles, and this is something very important for us because we are based on this grassroots activities. So those conflicts are coming to Wikipedia. And most of the conflicts are nothing new in Wikipedia. We are prepared, we are used to have conflicts about the content, about articles, about the names of the articles. That's everyday bread of Wikipedians. But there are some new problems that appear and may appear in the future that may make the things worse. Okay, so here is how we see Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a forum, so it's a platform, or maybe it may be considered a battleground. So it's a place where we meet. We are different, we have different opinions, different backgrounds. We may be in conflict, but Wikipedia is not an actor who is acting against somebody. It's just a place we come to write articles. But in those deeply divided societies, I'm sorry, the colors are not showing. Okay. Here, half of the people should be yellow, and half should be gray, and they are mixed, yes? And here, on this picture, half should be yellow, and Wikipedia should also be yellow. So this is a popular picture in those divided societies, that Wikipedia is not a place, but it's an actor that is fighting in this cultural or political battle. And that's some kind of opinion or a picture that may be dangerous for our public image and everyday work. And there's this one is yellow. Okay, I don't understand how it works. Okay, so this is what I will be talking about. The most dangerous situation comes when in some countries the divisions are so deep that Wikipedia is seen as an actor but opposing to the government actors. That there are some, for example, citizens, people that are fighting their cultural and political wars. They see Wikipedia as an enemy, and they have the state, the governments, or their politics on their side. And this may cause several problems that actually we are not really prepared for. We cannot face such a strong actions made by government agents. We know what happened to Turkey. It's not that bad. It will not happen, I guess, in Central Europe, but we see the possibility of such an actions. And I will tell you, I will describe one example we had 2 years ago. I was looking at it as an outsider. I was reading the press, talking to some people, but I was not taking a part actively in it. We had, since 2015, in Poland we have a political crisis, a conflict around judiciary. Mainly the executive branch and the leading party are trying to take over or reform, it depends on the language you are using, reform or taking over the judiciary on many, many levels. It started with the Constitutional Court. There was international reactions, mass protests, a lot of fighting in the parliaments. Then it moved to, in 2017, to Supreme Court and also to the Council of Judiciary. It is cut a little bit. The body that is appointing new judges and taking over also the normal regular courts. The conflict is long. It's still ongoing. I will not talk about it in detail, that's just the context. What I'm interested here in is this anti-judicial smearing media campaign that was led by government, by many media, and this conflict I'm talking about came from this one. The smearing campaign started with the billboards. They were financed in the public, and they're telling different stories about the judges who committed crimes, the judges who get some privileges, some unsolved cases, some too long procedures in the court. So the courts and the judges were accused of being partial, politically active, too privileged, non-democratic, and so on and so on. So there was a creation of opinion that the judges are above the law, are caste-like, unelected, and the ruling government tries to change it. And most of all, most important, a lot of those judges, which is not true, because 30 years passed, a lot of those judges started their career in the communist era, and they are still in the office. So here's the one source of our local Wikipedia crisis. The other one was a problem with anti-communism. We have, on everyday basis, we have conflicts around it. There are some kind of users that tries to put a lot of information about who was informer of communist agencies, who was the agent, and so on and so on. So this is important information and should be put in those biographies for sure. But a lot of those people are trying to put the information based on the archives of Institute of National Remembrance, which are not the published source, but a primary historical source. So, according to our rules, the information cannot be taken directly for them. You don't have a public access to it, you cannot check it, and most of all, even if you check it and the information is there, that's not sure that you can tell just taken from the archives that the person was an agent or informer, because they are not all legit, they are not clear, and this information has to be interpreted by the historians. So, according to rules, if somebody is putting the information that, for example, X was a communist secret agent, and it's giving the reference the archives, we are just reverting this edit, which causes a lot of trouble, because then people are trying to accusing people are accusing Wikipedia of being pro-communists, of hiding some information, and censoring information about the ex-communist agents. And this happened, and 2 years ago, so in the middle of those smearing anti-judges campaign, several articles were published about a judge, a member of Polish community, a judge, admin, very active admin and very active editor, who was accused of being anti-government, judge, active politically, censor, and so on. His private, personal information was revealed. I'm not giving it here, but they were all revealed. His picture was revealed. There were, these was the articles in the big private press, but also in the public media, on TV, on the radio. There was a lot of discussions and forwarding this information in a blogosphere, on the forums. So this was not the margin. It was really, you could really see it. And on the right-wing politics, on the right wing of the internet, it became the topic for discussions for some time. Okay. Most of the information, the source of this information, as you can see it, was a Twitter user called John Bingham. I give his name because it's just a nick. And it looked like just an ordinary user, although he had thousands of observers, including the ruling politicians. And he was giving some information, bringing the information about the next activities of these Wikimedia editors, interpreting them as an anti-government actions, as a political actions, showing that Wikipedia is part of the anti-government movement. Okay, so this was quite a topic for a long time, for several months. Our chapter, in my opinion, reacted very well. They took part in those interviews in the TV. They tried to explain everything. But because the society is so divided into two camps, you cannot get through to the other camps so easily if they have their interpretation of what's going on. And whatever you can say, they are not really interested in getting the right information. They have the political interpretation of what's going on. So the chapter tried to do their best, and luckily, after a few weeks, everything stopped. And it wasn't that clear what happened that new articles stopped coming. And the last part of this history was revealed this year. So John Bingham closed account in 2017. This year, several months ago, media discovered two groups established in two ministries of Poland. So on a high level, in the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And those groups were responsible for pro-government campaigns in social media, but they were composed of politicians, administrative workers, judges, pro-government judges, journalists, and media influencers. So this was this kind of network, and most importantly, the information they get were coming from the government officials, and they were passed to the journalists and those media influencers. So those articles were started in those groups and then spread it to all those pro-government camps. And this year, like a month ago, it was revealed that John Bingham was actually a normal working agent. He did it in his work time of Anti-Corruption Policy Agency. he was fortunately fired in 2017, so that's why the campaign probably stopped. So fortunately, it didn't make much harm, but and it wasn't actually the Wikipedia was not the main aim. The government was targeting. The government was targeting the judges, and what we get is some kind of collateral damages from this kind of campaign. Yes, so this was the judge who did those terrible things, editing Wikipedia and censoring pro-government information. So that's why he was put into media. When John Bingham was fired from this government agency, everything was finished, and we didn't have much more media coverage, fortunately. So, coming to an end, there are several dangers and possible solutions to such future conflicts. This conflict was short, was very intense. Fortunately, it didn't cause much damage, except for this Wikipedian. First of all, the freezing effect for public employees. If government will make such actions, will act in this way, people that are employed by the public agencies, not only the government agencies, but also by schools, by local governments, by libraries, will be less and less willing to participate in Wikipedia, because there's a possibility that they will be targeted. They will be treating us like working for anti-government project. So it's very hard for us to first to fight with the image that Wikipedia is an agent, and spread the picture that many people of many different political opinions may meet here, and even if not cooperate, but discuss about what to do about this conflict. We are not a single entity, not the single community even. But for some of the editors, if they are working for the governments, suggesting keeping low profile will be quite good. Because just in case, keeping low profile will protect you for such from such actions. You know, some of those information in this section were public. You know, as a part of a chapter, the pictures were public. The picture of this editor were available on Commons, so it was very easy to identify him. So there's a lot of discussion about diversity, and political diversity has to be seen as something that as some kind of value, even if those political opinions are not very sound or are very militant. It should be. We should try to have some people of those kind of opinions in our communities, just to show that we are not a single entity, but a forum, not an agent, but a forum. And there's other thing I was not talking about, because it's not a Polish problem yet, but there's a changing wave in the whole Central Europe. And there were discussions in Poland, and I know, because I talked with you, that there are discussions about it in many Central European countries. In the early 90s, NGOs were seen as a very positive way of democratization, the instrument for democratization and increasing the quality of life of these citizens. But right now, there's a shift going on, and more and more many governments, starting with Russia, with Hungary, but those discussions happen in other countries also, that NGOs are seen as a problem for governments, and governments try to just some kind of fighting against them and closing those those NGOs who are especially active. It's not the problem of Wikipedia. It's more the problem of ecological or human rights NGOs. But we may get some collateral damages from those movements. And especially if you see this foreign agents legislature in Russia, that those organizations that get the money from abroad has to be some kinds recognized, and they are stigmatized in this manner. That's not our problem in Poland because we get most of the money from our citizens. But in the smaller chapters, the local people are donating to WMF, and then that WMF is giving some grants back to those local chapters. According to those foreign agents law, those local chapters will be treated as foreign agents, although the money is just coming back. So it's some kind of, we have to be aware that probably we should recognize the flow of the money. So it's not the foreign money, it's still the local money. That's something, fortunately, not a problem right now. I don't know how the situation, how it really is in Hungary and in Russia, but those discussions, such ideas, I have seen it in several countries of the region. Thank you.
About supporting political diversity, I mean, and this is a debate that I believe that exists since probably the beginning of the encyclopedia, but I believe that sometimes we forget that one of the bases of this movement is that information must be provided by a certain diversity of sources, and what our politics says is that we should rely the most with academic sources. Inside of academic sources, we should prioritize those point of views that have a consensus into the academics. That if there are points of view that are regarded by the academia but aren't majority points or who are minority points, we should explain that, but also explain what those points say, and that we should also give a little coverture or we should at least explain things that are generally believed even despite the academia might have refused. And of course we shouldn't be like a place where ideas without any social credibility and neither any credibility in the academia should without any of those. So my point is, why don't we fight for that? It's like, I know that with actuality is difficult because if today is anew, there's no academic coverture. But why don't we fight for academic point of view?
Okay, it's not only about the content. There's no discussion that the content should be described as you say. I'm talking about the participants. So when this situation happens and there's a storm over the internet, the Twitter, for example, and if we have diverse community, those, for example, editors from the other side may come to their Twitter accounts, they may come to their, for example, radical blogs and so on, and explain it to them because they are insiders in those communities. I'm talking about the communication, not the content. And when we have this community who is just focusing on content, not the diversity of editors, then when something happens, we know each other how it works. We don't have to explain to ourselves that Wikipedia is not an agent. It's not a single entity. It's just a place we come to write articles. So it cannot act anti-government because it's just a place. But you have to describe it and explain it to the others. And if you're an insider, it's very hard because they will not listen to you. they have to, it should be, it have to be, this have to be told by the people from that camp. That's what I mean by diversity. Yep.
I just want to second the importance of political diversity. So I'm from Hungary, and in the Hungarian Wikipedia, almost all the editors think that the government is basically dismantling democracy and building a corruption machine. And at the same time, half of the country is voting for the government. And I'm not suggesting that half of the country cannot be very wrong, but when you have that extreme lack of diversity, when half of the country is not represented in the editor base at all, then you get a very predictable set of problems. Like the editors are not going to understand how half of the country thinks. The articles that describe like pro-government things are going to be a very distorted mockery of those actual things, because there is no one in the editor community who actually knows anything about them from the inside. Bias is going to seep in because the anti-government media might be much less biased than the pro-government media, but still biased. And so the end game of oppressive governments is to destroy trust in Wikipedia, because as long as their voters do not trust Wikipedia, they don't have to care what's there. So if we want to preserve that trust, then really the key to that is to make sure that the people who all the points of view are represented in the article creation process, and the readers, pro-government readers, can recognize their own points of view. Maybe those points of view are mentioned as being wrong or based on misleading information, but that's still not very different from saying that Wikipedia does not understand their view at all. And I think that's a very hard problem to solve, because when you invite pro-government editors, it's going to be a very, very big change to them from the government media. So at least in Hungary, the government has a lot of resources to create a media ecosystem which is very detached from the facts, and when you go to Wikipedia, you see that there is a completely different narrative from what you are used to. So I am not sure how to handle that problem, but I think it is a very important problem to handle.
Thank you.
So we have time for one more question.
Okay, thank you very much for your notions. I think this is part of also a way we discuss in Wikipedia, many discussions. I think that the style of discussion, the discourse, way we discuss is becoming more and more expressive and self-expressive. It reminds more and more Facebook, Twitter discussions. And I would like to emphasize that discussions in Wikipedia are analytic. They should be problem-solving discussion, defining we have to clearer define what is the problem. The discussion should be fact-based, and it should be dialectic. These are the basic rules of discussions in Wikipedia.
Yes, well, what I see, sorry for several seconds. Yes, you're right, those discussions are long. It's a good thing, but as I see it, those discussions are not visible outside Wikipedia. So we know there are pages of discussions. We know there's a bar when we can discuss things, and there's a lot of discussions going on. But a lot of outsiders see Wikipedia as a product, especially if they are using mobile phones. So they don't see it, all those, the background, discussing backgrounds, and they may think that Wikipedia is some kind of finished thing. So somebody decided it should be this way. So this is a problem. Maybe we should show more the discussions, the discussion sphere of Wikipedia for the outsiders. Okay, thank you. We are finished, yes?
I have another
Thank
one. About, I mean, I like how the media started to give opinions about Wikipedia and to interpret whatever after, you know, after whatever it was in an article. There are a lot of examples, I believe, that everywhere in the world, because we have become a standard, and as a result, everybody has an opinion about what we should be saying. In our case, we had the last polemic that we have. It was when they attacked one of our editors because he appeared in a documentary talking about artificial intelligence, and that active volunteer that we have now, Alex Hinojo, he said that he would like to speak Catalan with his toasting machine. 1 month after the documentary was aired, the media started to kind of campaign talking about the Catalan separatists who wanted to talk with a toasting machine. I don't know what the articles say, but because I don't want to give them visits. But there are a lot of examples around in the world. The last problem in Venezuela was that a discussion in an article escalated into a thing that made the government intervene. We have a lot of examples. How can we defend ourselves?
But do you have an example that such articles were orchestrated and started by the government agency? That was quite unusual. I was trying to find something somewhere else than, for example, the oppressive states. We didn't have such an example before, such problems before in Poland. It's very new for us. Actually, we are lucky that it wasn't a strong, focused action. It was just the margins of the normal everyday politics. Natalia? Natalia was one of the team dealing with this problem.
Yes, it was all but fun. It was a terrible time, and it was difficult to support the community at this moment. So one thing that I noticed, that what hit me during the situation when we were dealing with the media, when we were trying to support the volunteer who was targeted by the right-wing media, is that I realized that you don't have to block Wikipedia in a country to make it silent. You just have to scare the volunteers enough so that they will censor themselves, that they won't be willing, that they won't have the courage to edit politically related articles, because this particular editor who was targeted by the right-wing media, he doesn't edit politically related articles at all, never. And imagine what will happen if more and more Wikipedians will make such decisions, that they will decide that, no, I will not revert this edit, even though I know that it is not okay with Wikipedia rules and values, because I am afraid. So it's really, in a way, it's really much easier to silence Wikipedia community than to block the whole platform, and it can be as effective as that. So that was my very, very sad observation from the situation. And what we would need to work as a movement, as affiliates, as community members, is to find ways to protect the volunteers in situations like that, to protect their privacy, and to protect them from harm in situations like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, but we need the real because
So actually I checked one of articles on a very popular political person in Poland, and this user is, I believe, the most active in edit history. In terms of reverse, but is it activity or not? He's not editing, yeah, that's true.
Well, as long as it's personal, private, it's not organizational action. That's not the problem yet. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we can talk later. Thank you very much. person, but you know, as a community,
No,
this
no,
would be.
I'm trying to counter it with myself.
Šta ima?
Q&A session.
Sad ima, sad ću ja ovo kroz 5 minuta, onda Kiril ima njegova i onda popunjavaju evaluation form i to je to. Pa, bit će toga. Da, bit će toga zato što je sad kao više ta otvorena sesija gde oni treba da pričaju šta i kako. Ode.
Vidimo se. Šta da ti kažem? Ajde, čao, čućemo se. Bude šta trebalo biti.
Ali dobro. Ja sam Kiro Zdravljan. Tako nekako, u principu da. Da. Hvala. Paka se, вие ке зборите. Ева, прво Иванак има презентација за предизвиците оваа година ще биде.
Test.
А после ќе кажам дали некој е заинтересиран да...
1, 2, 1, 2. Can the people in the back please join? Can, thank you.
Ама на останокот беше тоа кажано, тоа влезе и во...
Не бев таму, затоа не можам да зборам.
Аха, зашто влезе нели во...
Ова како, значи јас за тоа зборам, ќе кренете рака одма да се на почеток. Тоа ќе спомнам. Испадне после како протекција, да кажам.
Can you please sit down? Thank you.
Guys, can we come on in, please? We have free seats here in the first rows.
Don't be shy.
Nerd.
Okay, let's start with the last session of the CE meeting 2019. It's going to be a session dedicated to the future of the CE meeting.
Can we be more quiet, please?
Okay, guys, so welcome to the last session of the Wikimedia CE meeting 2018. It's going to be dedicated to the future of the CE meeting, how we're going to elect the host cities of the next Wikimedia CE meetings. Do we need to change something? And what are the next hosts? We still don't know where it's going to take place in 2020, in 2021, and this is the right place and the right time to think about it. At the very beginning, I would like to invite Ivana to briefly present the main challenges and the main things that the organizing team of this year's CE meeting had to care about. I think it's going to be useful because on the top of that we're going to start a discussion about the future of the conference.
Thank you, Kirill. So I'm kind of sad that this conference is ending, but I'm really glad because I think we had productive discussions. We heard from each other. We listened, more importantly, and I think we are starting to see and to face our challenges. So I'm kind of not so happy about presenting the challenges right now, but I think it's important for them to be mentioned because we don't want to complain, but we want you to learn from our experience. We want to make for the previous next organizers make things easier, and we want to get better. So, sorry, but I'll have to be honest. Maybe some of those things you won't like, but then again, they're important to be mentioned, and I have to sorry for the people who were at Wikimedia. We had CE meeting there, and we discussed a lot of those things. So I'll try to be quick, but they're still important to be mentioned because not all people were at the CE meeting at Wikimedia. So first, in the beginning of the organizing, in the beginning of the year, we wanted to make a community engagement survey, not just once. We needed to do that in order to create a grant proposal and to get it. But after creating that and sending that survey to the community members, we only had 18 answers, responses. So that's definitely not enough for proper feedback. We really need to hear from you. What do you want to hear? What do you want to share? So it's not our conference, it's your conference. That's why it's impossible to do this without your feedback. We invited people through the Facebook group, through the mailing list. So we sent 70 individual invites, and we had only 18 answers. Then we had a call for program committee. We announced it, but nobody responded. Okay, we sent individual invites and we gathered some people, so that wasn't so bad, we moved on. But next step was to announce call for registration, and it was opened from May the 8th to the July of 20th, and we believed, okay, it's maybe much earlier. The conference is happening in October, but then again, we thought, okay, we have enough time. We will send this announcement to the communities. We will send individual invites. We will use different communication channels. And the only reasons why we wanted to close this call for registration in July is because we wanted to save some money for plane tickets. So, on July the 16th, we have had only 20 registered participants, and we planned around 100 and 120 participants from the CE community. So, call was extended until the August, and that made some problems, but we will talk about that later. So call for submission was also open from April to June, and it was extended, but which made problems with the registration. Some people who applied with the, who submitted the proposal, submitted the presentation, didn't register. Then we didn't have, you know, the real list of participants who will be there, which caused some, of course, problems. Learning Day, we didn't have this info before the beginning of August, which caused some problems with, which actually caused short deadlines for potential participants. That's why some of the community members were unsatisfied, which also caused problems with hotel's capacity. So you know that people who were on the at the Learning Day, they were staying at in Sterling Hotel. Then we had different, and I want you to participate in this. So we need to define the roles in the organizing team. So we actually didn't have that defined at the beginning, which caused some problems. Why? Program committee is devoted to the program structure, to the program announcement, to the announcement of the calls of submission, to the speakers' instructions. They are devoted to the different kind of sessions. So that's what their assignment was. Organizing team is people from Wikimedia Serbia. Program committee was international. So organizing team is leading the logistic, accommodation, transport, communication with participants, and such. So this is important because a lot of people who participated in the program asked us something. Okay, it's not a problem for us to, you know, connect them with the rest of the program committee members. But sometimes we didn't know the information in the right time. So now I'm going to ask you, how do you see organized this communication with participants? Was this a lot of information to process? Were we transparent? Do you see any kind of problem in our communication? Really, you can speak freely. We want to learn, not to, get offended. Here.
Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir from Belarus again. Actually, I want to thank the organizing committee for, despite having this short schedule, for managing with the program, because as I understand, it had to be changed, let's say, a few weeks right before, let's say, the final program was ready, just like several maybe weeks or even days before the event. Because I've managed to see that at first I registered as an attendee at every venue I wanted to visit, but then I had to change plans. But for me as an attendee, it's let's say not of a big deal, and I understand that as organizers you have faced a much larger difficulty. But you've managed well, so I'm here to thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll remember that and get back to that. I just need to hear now Wojciech, because that's the next slide.
Okay, I want to be positive about the conference. I want us to be positive about the conference. And in fact, I think that the best place for us to voice our feedback, especially if it's negative, would not be here in public. I strongly advise that you don't want to hear it in public, and some of us, many of us, well, people in general are not that eager to criticize. So I noticed that there is an email with the post-conference survey waiting in our mailboxes, and I do strongly suggest that instead of saying what was bad, what was good here, especially what was bad, we go to the post-conference survey.
Okay, thank you. Just a second, Cornelius. That's totally okay. You don't have to say a thing if you don't want. You have a survey that I've sent you via mail, so you can say there everything you want. But I thought that maybe speaking in person, it's much less chance for misunderstandings. And maybe sometimes via mails or feedback we have some kind of tone, and that's not a tone that we had. So Cornelius, can you tell me?
Do you want an answer to this specific question or general feedback, because that was mixed now?
I want the specific question because we will have the feedback later.
Okay. First, the many challenges that you've mentioned I feel like are really close to my heart because I experience them on an annual basis. So. I think the communication was really great. I think this Telegram group has worked well, I think. I was a bit overwhelmed before the conference with the different, I remember like 3 or 4 different emails with sometimes the same information, sometimes not the same information, and it was really difficult for me sometimes to see where is the overlap. Is there something new in it that I haven't read before? So, but I think these are really details. Like in general, I appreciate the efforts that you have made around communication before the event.
Thank you. That's what I was referring to. So I sent a lot of information. I wanted to ask you, is it a lot? And if it is, what kind of approach should we use the next time? Because this is not a situation where I want to say, okay, do you read emails? But this is a situation where we want to find out what's the best communication channels and approaches and a lot of other things within the communication. So yes, I agree with Cornelius. I maybe repeated sometimes the same things, but for example, if we had an update in terms of hotels or in terms of partnerships or something like that. So that's why I sometimes repeated some things. So who? Oh, it was Crystal.
No. Okay. Just short. I felt informed well. What I liked, so that the emails came exactly at the time I was wondering about something, and just in time. Just in time.
Great.
With Telegram group it worked. Only minor details is, for example, the email with almost all logistical information, all addresses, what is where, information where we have yesterday dinner was missing there. So I was looking for.
What do you mean yesterday's dinner?
Velika's.
Yeah, I actually sent that several times.
Yes, but maybe another email, and I had one email just downloaded for all this with all the stuff.
So you think we should separate some important things like in separate emails?
No. If there is 95 information in the email, so this was the missing 5%.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciated your emails. I also liked, and I think this is something that we all should adopt and perhaps even do more, that you really made it clear. You bolded some parts that were important. You had a nice structure to the emails, and I really liked that. I don't mind, but that's really, I think, a style thing. I don't mind redundant information. For me, it is something where I just get reminded of things, and I'm more happy to see, oh yes, right, I already know this. This is something that is new. But that's really, I think, a personal preference.
Thank you. Wojciech, one more thing and we can go on. Wojciech.
Yeah, considering the information, I loved the fact that the information landed in my mailbox. I actually appreciated, not only saw it, but appreciated it, that some information was repeated, as I personally, that's my personal thing, I like some information reinforced, even a couple of times, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, Vyacheslav, do you want to say something so we can move forward?
I was actually a late comer to the conference. I registered a bit later than I was supposed to, and still you kept all the you shared all the necessary information. I got everything that I needed, and you were quick to answer my questions. In any way or form, I actually posed them. So thanks again. Everything went awesome.
Thank you. So that's why I asked, because I need to know, is it too much information? But I'm really glad you liked those, and I especially do the bold things, you know, so you say, okay, I know about a hotel, I don't want to read it, or I know about the internet, I don't want to read it and stuff. So what we did to overcome the challenges, we tried to reach every single community. Some of you asked us, okay, not every community in the CEE region are here. We tried to reach them, really we did. We did that in official way, in individual way, but some of the communities had some issues to handle and to tackle, so that wasn't really up to us to decide. So we made this process as transparent as possible. So we sent monthly updates regarding what was happening. So you could just reach us and say, okay, you're not doing this well, or I don't like it, or this could be better. That's why we send these monthly updates. So we send individual invites for the program committee, for the participants, for the speakers, etc. We use different communication channels. We understand that a lot of people don't use Facebook, for example, but they use Meta, or they use mail or mailing list. So we use the Telegram as well. We suggested instructions for the speakers. This is something I catch up on Wikimedia. So it was a wonderful thing to do, because for the people who didn't know anything about the type of the session, panel discussion or lighting talks, etc. So it was really useful for me back then, and I assume that was useful for you as well. We established partnerships. We also had monthly meetings with our advisor from the Wikimedia Foundation, and I want to thank to Hen Almog. She's not here, but really want to thank her, because I'm considering her as a part of our organizing team. It was her advices that helped us a lot. We planned everything in advance, so that's why the registration was closed. I mean, we planned it to close it earlier. That's why we called you for the program committee, for the submission. It was much more earlier than you have this conference. But it was not all bad. So this is just to emphasize those challenges, to really say, okay, this is something we need to work on, and to talk and discuss. I want to mention also, we were talking about international organizing team, but personally, and I say it only personally, doesn't mean that you have to agree with me, I'm not sure how would it be successful. Because we had program committee and it was international, but in some points work was done by one or two persons. I don't want to say that volunteers within the program committee didn't do all the work. I just want to say that we want to avoid burnout. And we want to improve the communication with the program committee. So it's really my question, do you think, for example, that international team would do better, like organizing international team? And yes, I want just to add that we didn't have a lot of stood-ups because people who registered actually came here and participated and attended the conference, which was really cool. But sometimes we saw some people, you know, walking around and not attending the sessions, which we don't want to encourage, but we don't want to be bad cops and say, come on, you have to go there, because we strongly believe that's not the point. And I will give the word to Kirill.
Okay, thank you, Anna. So I would like to move forward with a simple question. Who wants to organize Wikimedia CEE meeting 2020, and why?
After these challenges.
Yeah.
So first of all, thank you for having this amazing conference. And what I would like to say that in the end, it is not the hotel, it is not the food, it is not the venue that we remember. Remember the atmosphere and the kindness of the organizers. So thank you for what you did, and thank you for the organizing team being there, easy to reach all the time throughout the event. It was amazing.
Thank you.
And I would like to comment on the International Organizing Committee, because I think that organizing a conference can be a valuable learning experience for many people. If we will include volunteers from different community who never had a chance to organize a big conference for more than 20 or 30 or 40 people, they could learn a lot and bring back a lot to their communities. So maybe it's not about having a totally international community, but having volunteers from different communities having different roles around that international committee, because this is what Wikimedia Deutschland does with the visiting Wikimedian. They pass on what they know, and this way we will have different communities having the capacity to organize those conferences in the future or their conferences, and there's a lot there's a lot of value in that, and I would like to see that happen. Also, what I know from my work as a conference organizer in Wikimedia Poland, if you don't include people in the work that you are doing, sometimes they feel that they are the clients, they are the one they receive, and they don't feel that they co-own the event. And if they do the work, they feel that this is also their event, they feel responsible for it, and they put a lot of more time and effort, and they care a lot more, and they understand much better what there is to do. So I would like to see a lot of more of international cooperation, and I know that it is not easy to handle and coordinate and to engage people, but what we can get from it can be great for our local communities.
Just a quick sentence. I would like to continue the saying thank yous, because beside the organizing team, I think we should say thank to the program committee, because my feeling was that the conference provided the best for our needs, and the program was very well prepared to serve this, and I know that this is a huge work, and they did very well, so I would like to say thank you for this work.
One quick question, Ivana.
Okay.
Was it worth it?
Yes.
That's the spirit!
It really is, and all of this doesn't matter, because in these 3 days we really enjoyed it, and we really, our heart is full when we say that, when we see you enjoying not just the program but the meetups, just hanging out and everything. So don't get me wrong, I'm not just saying that all is bad, I'm just pointing out So I'm just pointing out some points that I think we can learn from, and we should have that in mind. And as I said, this is valuable information for the next organizers. And I agree with Natalia about the experience people would get from international organizing team, but I'm just afraid of that people won't be so quick to response, or they won't be quick to finish some assignments and tasks, and that maybe conference, I don't know, that maybe that can cause some problems. Mike,
yeah,
please.
let me just address this for a second. We thought about including more people in the organizational committee, and it was hard. We tried to find tasks that matched, possibilities that people could, what people could do, and it was really hard to find something that would make them do non-trivial stuff. So I think that's a good suggestion, but it bears more thought. And maybe the next organizers should really think about that. We just couldn't. We maybe failed there, but we decided that it was easier to just not tire anyone else. I completely agree with co-owning, because that's a very important thing. But then we would have like a few people co-owning, but the rest just being participants like they are. So in a way that helps, but also it might not help that much. So yeah, I agree with you in a way, but also I think it's a very hard thing to do. So yeah, more thought needs to be done. Do you want to add something?
No.
Okay.
Do you have questions, or maybe comments or suggestions? Something to share? Yes, Najana? Mike, just a second.
I think that you started with who want to organize a meeting next year, so I will continue with that, if it's okay. Or everyone else has something more about this conference. Okay, go ahead. Some of you who were this year on Wikimania in Stockholm, on CE meeting on Wikimania, GLAM Macedonia proposed to organize next year CE conference. And I have to say, for some of you who don't know, GLAM Macedonia is a user group. In Macedonia, we are working with organizing for 62 persons, for example, WikiCamps. 50 of them are underage, under 18 years old. So we are somehow experienced with organizing events for 3 days, events for many people. So the differences will be that this will be international. And with the collaboration with shared knowledge, we can do much more. And we can appoint international program committee members. Kirill is here, he was in this year program committee, so I think that we will be a good organizers for next year.
Okay, so we have one application. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to remain neutral because I was mentioned by Snezhana. So, any other applications? I mean, people who would like to organize it next year? Or any comments to this application?
What do you mean by people who want to organize? They want to be a part of the international committee or
to be a host.
What? I mean, people who would like to host, to apply for hosting the CE meeting next year.
Because organize can also mean that, well, you can be a member of this international organization.
We are talking about the host for the next year.
We need to define the basics. Are we going to have only one application to host the CE meeting, or there are any other communities interested in organizing it?
Yeah. So I forgot to say that our plan is to host a CE meeting in Ohrid, which is UNESCO city. Still, we don't know next year because the UNESCO, I don't know. You can search it on Wikipedia. But Ohrid has airport connected with Europe, with most of the, like with Belgrade, with Vienna, Austrian Airlines, Air Serbia, Turkish Airlines, some flights from Estonia, from Warsaw a lot, so we are connected there. And I forgot to say that. Don't forget that Ohrid is a very good option.
So we're already in the campaign, okay? Okay, any other applicants to host?
And I just want to ask on this, Kirill, for shared knowledge, are you also confirming that you are involved, or?
Well, I'm curious, neutral facilitator of this session.
Okay, so who can comment on from shared knowledge?
Yeah, Tony was in Stockholm, so we spoke about that, and on our meeting about, if you don't know, we will apply for the shared one annual grant. So we have meetings these days, and Tony said that the shared knowledge is if Ohrid will be chosen, so shared knowledge can help. But we don't have a list who will help what, but yeah.
Unification. Okay. Anyone else?
Anyone else? Asaf, yes? Just wait for the mic.
I would just like to suggest a quick round of applause for the fact that two Macedonian groups will be working together.
Okay.
That's it, we agree.
Okay, are there any other comments? I mean, suggestions to this application? Anything else that you think should be included in the next CEE meeting? Something that was missed this time?
Included. Well, first off, I've already mentioned that during one of the sessions, representatives of other projects, I mean, other than Wikipedia and Wikidata, well, they were extensively represented here. I think the representatives of other projects should also be encouraged to come up here and discuss the situation with their projects. The second thing, wherever the next Wikimania takes place, I would personally say that I'd like to participate and organize a workshop at a local, say, either a school for the blind or a community center for the, well, owned by the Association for the Blind, and to organize the first like CEE Wiki workshop and well, involving that group of people.
I'd also like to add that last year we were told we got the impression that we will work with the previous hosts. I'm looking at you, Mikola. I'm not suggesting anything bad. I'm just saying we want this to be a continuation. And there was the idea to work closely together, or at least somewhat closely together with Ukrainians. We did have a meeting. They shared some things with us, and that was great. Maybe, but that looked like a baton was exchanged. So we didn't go through it more deeply. Maybe that's our fault, maybe not. Maybe we felt we were confident enough. Maybe we didn't need more help. But I want to say that if the Macedonians, or whoever does it, but it seems like it's Macedonians, if they need help, and I think we can offer that help if needed, of course. We don't want to impose. But yeah, we can make it a process, not just, hey, let's meet once and that's it. But yeah, we might do something more, and maybe that will be useful. I don't know.
Okay, another very important thing that I need should be mentioned in this session is on structuring the topic according to complexity and appropriateness for newbies and experienced community members. During the dinner last night, I was sitting with the members of the Polish community who proposed tracking the conference in a way that allows people who attend the CEE meeting for the first time to have specifically dedicated sessions for their level of experience and knowledge, and tracks that are dedicated to more advanced participants. The same thing I heard today during the lunch with the members of the Czech community. And in both of these conversations, I mentioned that this year we introduced an identifier to identify what are the sessions that are appropriate for newbies. So if you open up the conference schedule, you can find an identifier which explains which session is good for newbies, and the rest of them are supposed to be good for more advanced participants. So do you have any thoughts on how to make improvement in this for the next year? I mean, one of the proposals in these conversations was to specify a room where all of the sessions will be dedicated to, for example, newbies. Or another room where all the sessions will be for the most advanced participants who are going to discuss about strategic issues, extending community resources to other undiscovered communities. So are there any ideas on how we can improve on this, and what are the things that we need to care about in the future?
I am a newbie here for the first time, so I often had a difficult choice where to go. Obviously, fully fledged strategy is maybe not for me. But what helped when I checked the program in details, sometimes there was a note, oh, similar presentation was held on another conference, or slides were available, and it also helped me. Aha, okay, so it means that if I am to catch up, I can still use that material, and maybe it's better to see another session in person that is no like other.
Thank you. I would just be careful with designated some things as like not good for newbies. If you're talking about strategy, the newbies should also be part of this, I feel, you know. And we also don't want to have a split, because sometimes we want to have mentors maybe going with their mentees, perhaps to one and then to the other session together. This should be encouraged, I feel.
Yeah, well, we don't deprive the possibility for the newbies to decide where to go. We just give indication on what sessions are most appropriate for newbies. So there is not something, this is not ideal for newbies.
Yeah.
It's only, this is ideal for them.
Yes, well, which is why I like this idea. I've looked through that program in that respect as well. So you did not exclude newbies like extensively from any of the sessions, but you well, chose to include them into one or several, which are good for newbies. I think we also need a kind of a workshop for newbies. Like, well, all in all, this conference did not include many workshops, and well, I suppose that something for newbies would be ideal in that respect. If I understand well, this conception is what Wikimania this year tried, and I think this format was... Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. So if I understand well, this is a conception what Wikimania tried this year, and I felt that this worked quite well. So we can learn from Wikimania Stockholm and see. We can try if we feel that it was. Others feel the same as me, that it worked well.
Well, I used to be a member of the program committee for Wikimania in many occasions. For the last time it was for 2018, and I proposed this several times in succession, but they didn't want to implement, and this year I wasn't member, but they at the end implemented it.
Yeah. Thank you. I have actually, two notes. One is maybe a proposal, although let's say maybe it's not well thought of, because well, I myself, it's my first time here, like in general, like at the CE meeting, so somehow I'm at least a newbie, let's say, at the meeting as a venue. But at the same time, I had my own workshop set on the first day, but maybe I'm mistaken that on the second day there were no let's say workshops or other like round tables, etc., assigned as something that was ideal for newbies. Maybe this is something to work like for the next program committee. But I'm not suggesting this was a mistake, because like my other notion is actually maybe contradicting to what I heard before, because actually I managed to visit, I believe, 5 workshops which were ideal for me, and I'm not sure that there were not enough like workshops for the newbies. Like, maybe it's my personal experience. Thank you.
I think to call someone newbie is a very loose designation. So.
I think it makes sense to differentiate as the meeting becomes bigger. I just want to highlight that newbie doesn't equal newbie. Or, like, there are different types of newbies, because based on my experience at the Wikimedia Summit, there are newbies, like newcomers to this conference who have not been in the conference but 10 years involved in the movement, and you have the other way around as well. So like, I would really be careful about what what do you actually mean by newbies, and it also depends on the topic. Yeah? If you're talking about programmatic activities on the wiki projects, there might be other newcomers than on organizational development of an organization, which is a topic here as well. So like, it sounds easy to market, to label it as for newcomer sessions, but it's not, actually it's not that easy. Just wanted to highlight that.
This is an excellent point. So we need to differentiate between newbies and newcomers, which is not the same.
I'm first time in the CEE meeting. I choose usually the Belgrade room because there wasn't any recording to there. If we missed something, we cannot learn again. I understand this is the technical issues. The recording is very well for us because we can check the other trainings on the YouTube. Thanks for this one.
Yes, I'm just going to add a comment to that. So the reason why we didn't wanted a recording in Belgrade room is because they were mostly workshops where people doing in pair, and sometimes they are, you know, just talking between themselves, and you cannot see on YouTube, you know, what they are talking, their thinking process, etc. They can see maybe after that the results of it, yes, but not the thinking process. So that was the reason. But of course, I just wanted to add, as for the live streaming, really feel free to, I mean, it's over now, but we can just turn it off if you want to say something, if you want to, you know, say something private, you want to stay within this group. So this is an option too.
Okay, maybe as a comment. So for the reason my predecessors mentioned and several others, I would suggest, you know, that to keep this labeling as newbies, you know, as a maybe as a gentle suggestion, not as a prerequisite. And certainly we don't want to, you know, split this conference into a tiny conference for newbies in one room and for veterans in the other, because what I saw in many sessions that also newbies with their perspective contributed significantly to what was being discussed.
I think I will speak for the whole program committee, and it's not an exclusion tool. It has never been thought of as an exclusion tool, and I hope nobody has seen it as an exclusion tool. It's just a suggestion, yeah. Like what might be appropriate for the newcomers to the conference.
Yes, thank you. So I also want to add that for that point, we wanted to see, for example, for the learning day, we wanted to see are the newbies the ones who need improvement of their skills, but somehow actually some experienced people applied. So this is also an option the next organizers can think about. So think about the learning day for the newbies, for example. I remember that was organized, Cornelius would know better, at the Wikimedia conference, for example, for the newbies, for the board members, right? So this is an option too.
So maybe we can reframe the problem to not be about newbies, but about whether it's clear what the expected audience of a session is and what pre-existing knowledge or background the audience is expected to have, and just ask the session holders to declare that upfront.
Yeah, but usually the level of knowledge can be easily determined through the survey, and in most of the cases, once we launch a survey and launch the call for submissions, then the program in more than 90% corresponds with the needs that the people had in the survey, because they are actually the people who mostly submit the session proposals. So that's what happened this year. People wanted to have something on capacity development, and most of the session proposals received pinpoint this theme as the main focus of the conference. there are no comments, I think we can conclude.
Yeah, just because we're talking about the future of CE, we should also maybe mention another time that the hackathon will also be in the CE region. So like if there is a shortage or demand for learning a technical skill, you can do so next year in Albania. And maybe the hosts can also still make like a small announcement.
Applause for the Albanian community.
Okay, thank you. So, as you already know, the next hackathon will be held in the city of Tirana in May, in Albania. So everyone who has like a technical background, but everyone who like doesn't, is invited to join and to work together and share knowledge and continue our efforts to go forward with the Wikimedia movement. So
and the date?
The dates will be on 9, 10, and 11th of May.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So it's time to conclude the session if there are no more comments.
Okay, so this is not the end. We want you to think about all the ideas you come up to. We want you to think about the new project, think about the new cross-border cooperation. So after this conference, we are going to follow up with you, and I really invite you to share your ideas. You don't have to, have clear thoughts about the projects. You can just have an idea and we can help you connect with other people. So for that reason, we actually want to hear from you, and not just these good or bad things. I'm going to share with you evaluation form and give you 10 to 15 minutes to fill it up. I know you can do it longer, we will wait, but it's much easier like this because you will have now time and you'll have the real impression from the conference. So I've sent you an email with the link to the survey, and you can also see it on a meta page. So you just go to the link on your name tag or go to the QR code, and you will see the link at the beginning of the program. So this is one way. The other way is to check your mails. And we will give you like 10 to 15 minutes to fill it in. Yes? So, can you at least try it? I have. Really? 10 times.
For me it works.
Okay. If you can, please try it. We will have like 10 to 15 minutes. If you can, that's okay. You will do it. But please, please do it, because we need your feedback in order to evaluate this event, and not just this event, but our future cooperation, our future next meeting, right? So I'm gonna leave you.
One more thing before we do that. I don't think we've formally selected Macedonia, so can I hear some applause for Macedonia, if someone agrees? Woo! I think we formally selected Macedonia.
Bravo!
The smoothest one.
Okay. We will wait for 10 minutes to 15 minutes. Take your time. You can use
flew by. These last 5 days, these last 1 year, it's been a blast, but it's been very tiring for us. So it's time for you to leave. To leave with smiles on your faces and maybe visit Belgrade a bit more if you have time. Or just go to the airport or to the bus station or the train station or your bike station, whatever. And hopefully go with nice images and nice thoughts in your mind. We really liked having you here. It was a great pleasure to do this. We've been very committed to do this right. If there was something wrong, if we did something bad, it was not out of, sorry? No, it was our fault, but we wanted to do our best, and I think we did. So, thank you for everyone. Thank you everyone for being here. I'd like to thank everyone. Yeah, this is the part where we do thanks, but we didn't script this. So we need to thank our partners and sponsors. Do we have them listed somewhere? Somewhere. So we have Tesla Voda, the water that sparked you and electrified you for a bit. The electrical engineering high school, whatever. Oh, this is going live. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the School of Electrical Engineering and Information Technologies, or something like that. Of applied. Yes, it's too long, and we're tired. Cargo, which is a great app for taking you somewhere if it works. It's the end of the conference. I can say these things. Who else was there?
Did Cargo help you get your way around Belgrade? Do they deserve an applause?
A weak applause. Tourist Organization of Belgrade, Tourist Organization of Serbia, MTS, our internet provider for boosting the internet here. It wasn't maybe the best, but imagine how it would be without it. The Ministry of TTT, the Telecommunications, Tourism, and Transport, Trade, something. And of course, Hotel M for keeping us here and bearing us and making sure that everything goes smoothly, including both the hotel and the venue itself. So thanks, Hotel M.
I'll just have to add that they just told me you're the best group, like you're so calm and there were no troubles with you, so.
Yeah.
Yourselves a round of applause.
Yourselves a round of applause. I'd also like to thank all the volunteers who helped. Come on, everyone from the organizing team, get on the stage. We had a lot of volunteers. Well, they helped us with logistics, with note-taking, and tech support. One more. I'd also like to thank the program committee. I'd like them to come out of the stage as well. At least those who are here. And of course, to our greatest sponsor, Wikimedia Foundation. In the words of a wise person, that's all, folks.